The 1986 Chernobyl tragedy. The cities that have been abandoned have an eerily lovely quality. They serve as a stark reminder how quickly things may be forgotten. We're going to look at the top 5 deserted cities in the globe right now. Our first destination is Pripyat, Ukraine. Following the 1986 Chernobyl tragedy, the city was left in ruins. The city has been a ghost town ever since the occupants were forced to leave everything behind due to the excessive radiation levels. Pripyat is a well-known tourist site nowadays. However, owing to radiation, overnight stays are not permitted. Namibia's Kalmanskap is ranked number 2 on our list. As the diamond fields were exhausted, this town's once vibrant diamond mining industry was abandoned. The village is now surrounded by sand dunes, and the structures are gradually being absorbed by the desert. Japan's Hashima Island is ranked 3rd on our list. This little island was formerly the site of a thriving coal mining village, but when the mines closed in the 1970s, the locals emigrated, leaving the island structures to deteriorate. The island is a well-known tourist destination nowadays and was even mentioned in the James Bond movie Skyfall. Varosha, Cyprus, is the 4th place on our list. Varosha, once a posh vacation community, was left behind in 1974 when Turkey invaded Cyprus. Since then, the city has remained unaltered, with its hotels, eateries, and beaches remaining immobile in space. The city is currently a no-land, manned with Turkish troops manning the border. Finally, Centralia, Pennsylvania, comes in at number 1 on our list. Once a coal seam caught fire underground in 1962. This once thriving coal mining community was abandoned. Due to hazardous gases, the majority of the town had to be evacuated, and the fire is still burning today. Cracked roads and vacant buildings may be seen throughout the now desolate village. These cities serve as a stark reminder of how rapidly things may alter. Yet they also serve as a reminder of nature's tenacity and the beauty that may arise from deterioration.
In today's cybersecurity landscape, it's not enough to rely on passwords, passkeys, or second factors, because these still don't prove the user's true identity. We must confirm that the user holding the device positively matches the liveness-proven biometric data that binds the real physical human to their digital account. This process gives true users instant access from any device, but bad actors see nothing but a brick wall. Solving digital identity. FaceTech's identity verification software provides the critical components necessary for strong biometric cybersecurity: 3D liveness detection, 3D face matching, and legal identity verification. While 2D face matching is plagued by inaccuracies and bias, FaceTech's 3D face maps will accurately
A sort of conversational agent or chatbot known as a GPT, generative pre-trained transformer chat, employs the transformer neural network model to provide answers to user inputs. The GPT model can comprehend real language, provide replies that are logical and appropriate for the context, and respond to a variety of cues since it has already been pre-trained on a vast quantity of text data. Customer support, personal aid, and even amusement are just a few uses for a GPT chat. To give consumers a conversational interface that can respond to queries, make recommendations, and complete activities, they may be integrated into websites, messaging services, and mobile apps. Depending on the situation, Jasper AI may refer to a variety of platforms or systems. The voice assistant platform Jasper Voice, which uses AI and is intended for companies, is one conceivable example. Businesses may build unique voice assistants using Jasper Voice for their goods and services, allowing customers to communicate with them by using voice commands. In order to grasp user intent and reply in a conversational manner, Jasper Voice is built on natural language understanding (NLU) and speech recognition technologies. Enterprise Resource Planning (ERP) and Customer Relationship Management (CRM) software are two examples of third-party systems that may be integrated with the platform. Another example is the conversational AI platform Jasper from Cognitive Code, which is intended for enterprise-level companies. Jasper offers a variety of resources, including natural language processing (NLP), sentiment analysis, and machine learning techniques to aid organizations in creating unique chatbots and voice assistants for their clients. OpenAI created the DALL-E neural network model, which can create visuals from textual descriptions. The character Wall-E from the Pixar film of the same name and the artist Salvador Dali are both mentioned in the name DALL-E. DALL-E is trained on a sizable corpus of image text pairings and makes use of a transformer-based architecture akin to that of GPT generative pre-trained transformer. DALL-E may produce a picture that corresponds to a description given in text, such as an armchair shaped like an avocado. DALL-E is capable of producing a broad variety of visuals, from fanciful and surreal settings to accurate representations of commonplace items. The concept has been applied to a wide range of artistic tasks, including producing book artwork and making unique emojis. It has also drawn interest because, by enabling designers to swiftly create and assess prototypes, it has the potential to completely transform product design and production. A web-based platform called Note.ai was created for gathering and organizing user or customer feedback. It enables organizations and people to collect feedback via a variety of methods, such as email, chat, and web forms, and arrange it in a single central platform. Natural language processing (NLP) is used by Note.ai to evaluate user feedback data and derive insights like sentiment, themes, and keywords. Teams may work together to respond to comments and take action to enhance their goods or services thanks to the tool's collaboration and task management capabilities. Customizable feedback forms, immediate feedback alerts, automated labeling and classification, sentiment analysis, and interaction with well-known project management and communication platforms like Trello, Slack, and Asana are just a few of Note.ai's standout features. In conclusion, Note.ai may be a helpful tool for companies and people who wish to gather and examine client feedback in order to enhance their goods, services, and general customer experience. Using Synthesia, an AI video creation tool, you can easily produce films with AI avatars in more than 120 different languages, templates, a screen recorder, a media library, and other features are included. An AI video making platform is Synthesia. It is used by thousands of businesses to produce films in 120 languages while saving them up to 80% of their time and money.
Start by selecting an AI avatar.
Like me.
Or me. Or me.
One of the most damaging and unpredictably occurring natural disasters on our planet is an earthquake. Some of them were so significant that they had a long-lasting effect on our history. We're ranking the top 5 earthquakes in recorded history right now. The Great Chilean Earthquake of 1960 came in first. It is still the greatest earthquake ever recorded with a magnitude of 9.5. On May 22, 1960, it hit the Chilean coast, wreaking havoc across the region and sending a tsunami as far as Hawaii and the Pacific coast of the Americas. The 1964 Alaskan earthquake was number 2. It is the second largest earthquake ever recorded with a magnitude of 9.2. It struck on March 27, 1964, leaving behind extensive damage, casualties, and a wave that hit Alaska. Third on the list is the 2004 Sumatra Andaman earthquake. Its magnitude of 9.1 resulted in a significant tsunami that impacted many Southeast Asian nations, including Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. Almost 230,000 individuals are believed to have died. The 2011 Tohoku earthquake is number 4. Its 9.0 magnitude led to extensive destruction, many fatalities, and a tsunami that impacted the Pacific coast of Japan and neighboring nations. Around 15,000 people died as a result of the disaster, and severe nuclear accidents occurred. The 1952 Kamchatka earthquake is number 5. At a magnitude of 9.0, it produced a tsunami that impacted multiple nations in the Pacific Ocean and caused severe damage and fatalities in Kamchatka, Russia. These 5 incidents serve as a stark reminder of the enormous force of earthquakes, which constitute a constant threat. We may continue to draw lessons from the past and make plans for the future, even though we cannot anticipate when the next one will occur. Hello. Today, we will talk about the most popular games of the beginning of 2023. In an alternate reality where the Soviet Union has survived and developed into a highly developed nation with amazing technical advancements, the first-person shooter action RPG Atomic Heart is set. In the game, you take on the role of a KGB operative dispatched to investigate bizarre events at a covert facility dubbed Object 6. Advanced robots and other cutting-edge technology are used in the facility's experimental program. The narrative of the game is loaded with enigmas and intrigue as you attempt to learn the truth about what's happening at Object 6. You'll need to utilize all of your abilities and cunning to survive in the dangerous and unexpected gaming world. The gameplay in Atomic Heart combines shooter and RPG aspects, and as you advance through the game, you can upgrade your tools and skills. Robots, mutants, and other dangerous monsters are just a few of the game's many foes. Each has unique strengths and weaknesses, with incredibly detailed backgrounds, great lighting effects, and lifelike character models. The game has stunning aesthetics after dying each time. But the game world is randomly generated, so it changes each time. This results in a distinctive and difficult experience that calls for you to adjust to novel circumstances and learn from your blunders. As you advance in the game, you can acquire and improve a variety of weapons and skills in return. You can also come across relics that endow you with unique abilities and perks, giving you a competitive advantage. With incredibly detailed backgrounds, great lighting effects, and lifelike character models, the game has stunning aesthetics. with an original tune that wonderfully encapsulates the game's ambience and tone. The soundtrack of the game is also a prominent component. Hogwarts Legacy is an action RPG that takes set in the 1800s, long before the events of the Harry Potter books. You explore the magical realm and its many mysteries in the game as a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry student. The Hogwarts Castle, its surroundings, and other locations in the wizarding world can all be explored as part of the game's open-world setting. When you set off on your own adventure, you'll run into both well-known characters from the Harry Potter books and films as well as brand new people. You can cast spells, participate in magical combat, and explore the surrounding area thanks to the game's action and RPG gaming components. You'll accumulate experience points while you play the game, which you can then spend to level up your character and pick up new spells and skills. Freedom to pick your own path and make your own decisions is one of Hogwarts Legacy's most fascinating elements. You can opt to help or hurt your friends, be a good or terrible student, choose your own residence, and determine the course you wish to take. With incredibly detailed backgrounds, great lighting effects, and lifelike character models, the game has stunning aesthetics, with an unique tune that brilliantly encapsulates the beauty and wonder of the wizarding world. The game's soundtrack is also a highlight component. First-person shooter game Destiny 2 is set in a huge, vibrant science fiction universe. As a guardian in the game, you defend mankind from threats on Earth and in space by using strong weapons and special skills. The story of the game is extensive and features a wide range of individuals and factions, each with their own goals and objectives. Throughout the course of the game, you'll fight a range of foes, from unassuming foot troops to intimidating bosses. Destiny 2 contains a wide array of activities and game modes, including story missions, strikes, raids, and PP player versus player games. To complete challenges and gain rewards, you can play alone or with friends. The abundance of weapons and equipment available in Destiny 2, each with its own special stats and abilities, is one of the game's most remarkable elements. Your guardian can be outfitted with a variety of armor and weapons, letting you personalize your gameplay to your preferences. The game has outstanding lighting effects, lifelike character models, and extremely detailed settings. The game's original score, which brilliantly encapsulates the sci-fi setting and epic fights, is another noteworthy aspect. SpongeBob SquarePants: The Cosmic Shake is a 3D platformer game that follows SpongeBob and his buddies as they go around the universe to collect the ingredients for a cosmic shake. Throughout the route, they'll encounter a variety of opponents and challenges, and must use their distinct powers to overcome them. A multitude of characters occur throughout the game's narrative, which is humorous and references the TV show. The game also contains numerous playable characters, each with their own distinct powers and playstyles. Platforming and puzzle solving are the game's main game elements, and you must navigate a variety of obstacles and challenges by using your wits and reflexes. Also, you'll amass upgrades and power-ups that will improve your skills and aid you on your travels. The visuals of SpongeBob SquarePants are bright and colorful, and the settings and character models are incredibly realistic to accurately capture the mood and style of the TV show. The game's unique music and sound effects, which wonderfully encapsulate the whimsy and joyful tone of the series, are also a noteworthy aspect of the soundtrack. Thank you for viewing. Like this video and subscribe. Hello everyone. Welcome to our video on the 5 strongest armies in the world. Military strength is a critical component in today's world, and countries strive to have the most powerful armies to protect their sovereignty and interests. In this video, we'll be discussing the top 5 strongest armies in the world, based on various factors such as size, technology, and budget. So, let's get started. The United States has the most powerful military in the world, with a budget of $750 billion. The U.S. Army boasts of over 1.4 million active personnel and more than 800,000 reserve personnel. It has a vast array of advanced military technology, including advanced aircraft, submarines, and unmanned drones. The U.S. Army is also well trained, with a reputation for being the most professional and disciplined military in the world. Russia has the second strongest military in the world, with a budget of $65 billion. The Russian army has over 1 million active personnel and more than 2 million reserve personnel. Russia has also invested heavily in military technology, with advanced tanks, aircraft, and missiles. The Russian army is known for its formidable land forces and is a leader in the development of hypersonic missiles. China has the third strongest military in the world, with a budget of $237 billion. The Chinese army has over 2 million active personnel and more than 1 million reserve personnel. China has invested heavily in military technology, with advanced submarines, aircraft, and missiles. China is also one of the few countries in the world capable of developing its aircraft carriers and fifth-generation fighter jets. India has the fourth strongest military in the world, with a budget of $71 billion. The Indian Army has over 1.3 million active personnel and more than 1 million reserve personnel. India has invested heavily in military technology, with advanced aircraft, tanks, and missiles. India is also one of the few countries in the world capable of developing its nuclear-powered submarines. Ukraine has the fifth strongest military in the world, with a budget of $5 billion. Despite having a much smaller budget than other countries on this list, the Ukrainian army has shown incredible resilience and strength during the ongoing conflict with Russia. The Ukrainian army has over 250,000 active personnel and more than 250,000 reserve personnel. Ukraine has also invested in military technology, including drones and artillery, which have proved effective in defending its territory against Russian aggression. It is worth noting that Ukraine has been in a state of war with Russia since 2014. When Russia annexed Crimea and backed separatists in eastern Ukraine. It is too early to calculate current losses, but here is a screenshot from Wikipedia. However, note, there you have it, the 5 strongest armies in the world. Each of these armies is a formidable force to be reckoned with, and they play a vital role in maintaining the stability of the world. We hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more exciting content. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to our channel, where we discover the world's most stunning location. The top 5 most stunning locations on Earth will be listed in this video. These locations will astound you with their breathtaking mountains and gorgeous beaches. So let's start right now. A little island in French Polynesia called Bora Bora is well known for its pristine waters and overwater bungalows, due to the barrier reef and lagoon that surround it. This lovely island is a well-liked spot for scuba diving and snorkeling. Bora Bora is the ideal location if you want to unwind on your vacation. The Canadian Rockies Banff National Park is renowned for its breathtaking scenery and unspoiled beauty. Glaciers, snow-capped mountains, and turquoise lakes can all be found in the park. Banff National Park is a must-see location for nature enthusiasts, whether you're hiking, skiing, or just taking in the spectacular views. A volcanic island in the Aegean Sea, Santorini is well known for its whitewashed structures and breathtaking sunsets. The volcanic explosion that created the island's striking scenery occurred thousands of years ago. Santorini is a well-liked vacation spot for honeymooners and other tourists alike because of its lovely villages, gorgeous beaches, and scenic views. The second largest island in Hawaii, Maui is renowned for its breathtaking waterfalls, gorgeous beaches, and lush jungles. Moreover, the island is home to Halakala, a sizable dormant volcano with stunning island views from its summit. Maui offers something for everyone, whether you want to unwind on the beach or see the island's natural beauties. The Maldives are a group of more than 1,000 coral islands in the Indian Ocean that make up a tropical paradise. The Maldives are a true paradise on Earth, with their pristine oceans, white sand beaches, and vibrant marine life. The Maldives are the ideal location for your next trip. Whether you want to go diving, snorkeling, or just unwind on the beach. So those are the top 5 most stunning locations on Earth. All travelers should put these magnificent locations, which range from Maui to the Maldives, on their bucket lists. Which place would you choose to visit first? For more videos like this one, be sure to subscribe to our channel and let us know in the comments section below. Regards for tuning in. Welcome to our video about tyrants who were charged by the Hague Court. Prosecution of persons for the most heinous crimes of global concern, such as genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity, is the responsibility of the International Criminal Court, which is based in The Hague, Netherlands. Today, we'll examine in greater detail a few of the most infamous autocrats who have been charged by the Hague Court. Slobodan Milosevic served as the leader of Yugoslavia from 1997 to 2000 after serving as the president of Serbia from 1989 to 1997. In the early 1990s, he was charged with planning campaigns of racial purging against Bosnian Muslims and Croats. He was charged with war crimes by the Hague Court in 1999 and went on trial. However, a verdict was not reached before he passed away in custody in 2006. Liberia was led by Charles Taylor as president from 1997 to 2003. He was charged with arming and training rebel organizations in return for diamonds, hence escalating the civil war in Sierra Leone. He was charged with crimes against humanity in 2012 after being indicted by the Hague Court in 2003. He is currently incarcerated for 50 years. From 1979 to 2003, Saddam Hussein presided over Iraq as its leader. He was charged with various violations of human rights, including the invasion of Kuwait and the deployment of chemical weapons on the Kurdish populace. He was apprehended by U.S. soldiers in 2003, and an Iraqi court tried him for war crimes. He was put to death in 2006. Since the year 2000, Vladimir Putin has served as the country's leader. He has been charged with a number of human rights violations, including his alleged involvement in the conflict in eastern Ukraine and the annexation of Crimea in 2014. Additionally, he is alleged to have given the go-ahead for the murder of political rivals, including Boris Nemtsov and Alexander Litvinenko. Also, the International Criminal Court has issued an arrest warrant for Putin for his crimes against the Ukrainian people, including the forcible deportation of children to Russia from the Ukrainian-occupied territory. This murderer hasn't been held accountable so far. Libya was ruled by Muammar Gaddafi from 1969 to 2011. During the 2011 uprising in Libya, he was charged with ordering the execution of demonstrators. He was charged by the Hague Court in 2011, but rebels assassinated him before he could be tried. Some of the most infamous dictators in modern history have been tried at the Hague Court. While some of these people have been brought to justice, others have eluded capture or have passed away before being put on trial. Thank you for viewing. Like this video and subscribe. The International Space Station, or ISS, is one of the most remarkable engineering feats of all time. Here are 5 incredible facts about this orbiting laboratory. The ISS is the largest spacecraft ever built. It is as long as a football field and weighs over 400 tons. It is also the only space station currently in orbit. The ISS is powered by the sun. Its massive solar panels generate enough energy to power all of the equipment on board, including the life support systems and scientific instruments. The ISS is home to a rotating crew of astronauts and cosmonauts from around the world. These brave men and women conduct experiments and research in microgravity, and live and work in space for months at a time. The ISS is equipped with a robotic arm that can move massive payloads and even catch visiting spacecraft. This arm is critical for the maintenance and repair of the ISS, and has been used to assemble the station piece by piece. The ISS is one of the best places to view the Earth from space. From its orbit 250 miles above the surface, astronauts can see the curvature of the Earth and experience 16 sunrises and sunsets every day. The International Space Station is a true marvel of modern technology and a testament to human ingenuity. Who knows what other incredible discoveries and innovations will come from this incredible laboratory in the sky? For more videos like this one, be sure to subscribe to our channel and let us know in the comments section below. Regards for tuning in. Welcome to our video about the top 5 most lethal insects on Earth. Some of the most successful animals on Earth have evolved from insects. Yet some of them have also created lethal weaponry to defend themselves and attack their prey. We'll be looking more closely at the top 5 deadliest insects, which include poisonous scorpions and lethal spiders. The most painful insect sting is that of the bullet ant. Its sting is reputed to feel like being shot with a bullet and is located in Central and South America. The agony, which can last up to 24 hours, has been characterized as agonizing by victims. One of the most poisonous spiders in the world is the Brazilian wandering spider. Humans may get paralyzed or possibly pass away from its venom. It can be found in Central and South America, and its aggressive nature is well known. The hybrid honeybee produced by the mating of African and European honeybees is referred to as the Africanized honeybee or the killer bee. It is well known for acting aggressively and will launch a mass attack if it feels threatened. For those who are allergic, its sting might be fatal. The disease known as sleeping sickness, which affects both humans and animals, is spread by the tsetse fly. It is a sub-Saharan African parasite whose bite, if untreated, can be fatal. One of the most poisonous scorpions in the world is the deathstalker. Humans may get paralyzed or possibly pass away from its venom. It can be found in North Africa and the Middle East, and it is infamous for acting violently. Despite their small size, insects are dangerous. The terrible tools that insects have developed to survive in their habitats are not limited to these 5 creatures, particularly if you're in one of their natural environments. It's critical to be aware of these insects and take care to avoid them. I appreciate you watching, and be careful. Hello, and welcome to our video on the most dangerous insects on the planet. Insects are fascinating creatures, but some can be incredibly dangerous to humans. In this video, we will be discussing the top 5 most dangerous insects that you should avoid. The first insect on our list is the kissing bug. These insects are found mainly in Central and South America and are known for transmitting the Chagas disease. The kissing bug usually bites humans on the face or lips, hence its name. If left untreated, Chagas disease can lead to heart failure and death. The second on our list is not an insect, but a marine creature that is incredibly dangerous to humans. The box jellyfish is considered one of the deadliest creatures on Earth. Its venom attacks the heart, nervous system, and skin cells, causing excruciating pain and often leading to cardiac arrest. The third on our list is the driver ant, also known as the army ant. These insects can be found in Central and South America, as well as in parts of Africa. They move in large groups, and their bite is known to be incredibly painful. In some cases, people have died from anaphylactic shock due to the driver ant's venom. The fourth on our list is the giant centipede. These creatures can grow up to a foot long and are found in many parts of the world. They are incredibly fast and have venomous fangs, which can cause severe pain, swelling, and even death in some cases. The fifth and final insect on our list is the black widow spider. These spiders can be found in many parts of the world and are known for their potent venom. The venom attacks the nervous system and can cause severe pain, muscle spasms, and even death. And that concludes our list of the top 5 most dangerous insects. Remember, these insects are incredibly dangerous, so it's best to avoid them whenever possible. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing to our channel for more fascinating content like this. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
Hello and welcome to our video on the top 5 killer plants that you should beware of. Plants are usually associated with being peaceful, but some can be incredibly deadly. In this video, we will be discussing the most dangerous plants in the world. The first plant on our list is the Venus flytrap. This carnivorous plant is native to the wetlands of North and South Carolina and is known for its ability to trap and digest insects. However, the Venus flytrap can also harm humans if ingested or if its sap comes into contact with the skin. The second on our list is the pitcher plant. This plant is also carnivorous and is found in many parts of the world. It has a deep cavity filled with digestive enzymes that trap and dissolve insects. However, some species of pitcher plants can grow large enough to trap small animals, such as rodents. The third on our list is poison ivy. This plant is found mainly in North America and is known for its ability to cause severe skin irritation and even blindness if it comes into contact with the eyes. It contains a potent oil called urushiol, which can cause an allergic reaction in some people. The fourth on our list is the rosary pea. This plant is found mainly in tropical regions and is known for its beautiful red and black seeds. However, the seeds contain a potent toxin called abrin, which can cause severe illness or death if ingested. The fifth and final plant on our list is the Gympie Gympie. This plant is found in the rainforests of Australia and is known for its incredibly painful sting. Its leaves and stems are covered in tiny hairs that contain a neurotoxin, which can cause extreme pain that can last for weeks or even months. And that's our list of the top 5 killer plants that you should beware of. Remember, while plants can be beautiful and beneficial, they can also be incredibly dangerous. It's important to be aware of these killer plants and take precautions when necessary. Thank you for watching, and be sure to subscribe to our channel for more educational content. If you enjoyed this video, thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
Відкривай. Цінуй. Підтримуй. Смакуй. Освіжайся. Пепсі. Улюблений смак.
Hello and welcome to our video on the world's most dangerous reptiles. From venomous snakes to massive crocodiles, these reptiles are not to be taken lightly. In this video, we'll be taking a closer look at some of the deadliest reptiles on the planet, and what makes them so dangerous. First on our list is the inland taipan, also known as the fierce snake. Found in Australia, this snake has the most toxic venom of any snake in the world. Just one bite from this deadly predator can be fatal to humans. Its venom is so potent that it can kill a person in as little as 45 minutes. This is one snake you definitely don't want to encounter. Next up is the saltwater crocodile, the largest living reptile on the planet. These massive predators can grow up to 23 feet long and weigh over a ton. They are known for their incredible strength and agility, as well as their razor-sharp teeth. They are found in the waters of Southeast Asia and northern Australia, and are responsible for numerous human deaths every year. The black mamba is a highly venomous snake found in sub-Saharan Africa. It is known for its speed and aggression, and can deliver a deadly bite in less than 15 minutes. Its venom attacks the nervous system, causing paralysis and eventually death. With a reputation as one of the most dangerous snakes in the world, encountering a black mamba in the wild is a terrifying prospect. Another deadly reptile is the Gila monster, a venomous lizard found in the southwestern United States and Mexico. Its venom is a powerful neurotoxin that can cause excruciating pain, seizures, and even death in some cases. Despite its relatively small size, the Gila monster is a formidable predator that should be avoided at all costs. Last but not least is the king cobra, the world's longest venomous snake. Found in the forests and jungles of Asia, this snake can grow up to 18 feet in length and deliver a fatal dose of venom with a single bite. Its venom attacks the respiratory system, causing suffocation and death. This is one snake that you definitely want to steer clear of. And that concludes our video on the world's most dangerous reptiles. While these reptiles are fascinating creatures, they are also incredibly dangerous. It's important to respect their power and to take precautions when encountering them in the wild. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more educational content. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends. And if you want to see more videos like this, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell to never miss a new upload. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. The ocean is home to some of the deadliest creatures on the planet. Today, we're going to explore 5 of the most dangerous marine animals. From the venomous to the ferocious, you won't believe what we've uncovered. First up, the cone snail. These beautiful snails may look harmless, but they are actually one of the deadliest creatures in the ocean. The cone snail injects its prey with a venom that can paralyze and kill within minutes. It's best to admire these snails from a distance. Next, we have the saltwater crocodile. This is the largest living reptile on Earth and has an incredibly strong bite force. These crocodiles are known to attack humans and have been responsible for multiple fatalities. Moving on to the blue-ringed octopus. These tiny creatures may be small, but their venom is potent enough to kill a human. The blue-ringed octopus can be found in the waters of Australia and the Pacific Ocean, so if you ever come across one, it's best to keep your distance. And of course, we can't talk about deadly marine animals without mentioning the great white shark. These apex predators are feared by many, and for good reason. With razor-sharp teeth and incredible speed, the great white shark is responsible for numerous attacks on humans every year. Last but not least, we have the stonefish. This fish may look like a harmless rock on the ocean floor, but it is actually one of the most venomous fish in the world. Its venom can cause extreme pain and even death. We've reached the end of our list. I hope you found this video informative and maybe even a little bit scary. Remember, the ocean can be a dangerous place, but as long as you respect the creatures that call it home, you can stay safe. That's all for today's video. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends. And if you want to see more videos like this, make sure to subscribe to our channel and hit the notification bell to never miss a new upload. Thanks for watching, and we'll see.
Сімку Київстар знов не купила. Сходиш?
Так сімку онлайн можна купити.
А де?
На shop Kyivstar.ua. Обираєш безкоштовну доставку і маєш півроку економії на інтернет і зв'язок. Замовляй!
Welcome to our second video about most dangerous reptiles. In this video, we'll take a look at 5 reptiles that are feared and respected for their deadly bites and powerful attacks. First up is the Nile crocodile. This massive reptile is responsible for more human deaths in Africa than any other predator. It can weigh up to 1,600 pounds and can grow to over 20 feet in length. Next is the green anaconda, a large and powerful snake found in the rivers and swamps of South America. While not venomous, this snake is known for its ability to constrict and suffocate its prey. It can grow up to 30 feet long and weigh over 500 pounds, making it one of the largest snakes in the world. The puff adder is another highly venomous snake found in Africa. It has large fangs that can inject a potent venom that causes tissue damage, internal bleeding, and even death. The Gaboon viper is a large and beautiful snake that is also extremely dangerous. Its long fangs can deliver a venom that can cause paralysis and even death. Finally, we have the African rock python, one of the largest snakes in the world. It can grow to over 20 feet in length and is known for its powerful constriction that can kill prey in a matter of seconds. So there you have it, the 5 most dangerous reptiles. We hope you found this video informative and stay safe if you ever encounter any of these reptiles in the wild. Hello and welcome to our channel. In this video, we'll be talking about the top 5 most dangerous poisons that have been used throughout history. Some of these poisons were made by humans for nefarious purposes, while others occurred naturally in plants and animals. Arsenic is a highly toxic element that can cause a variety of symptoms such as stomach pain, vomiting, and death in high doses. It was used as a poison by many throughout history, including the infamous serial killer, Dr. Thomas Neal Cream. Arsenic was also used in the Victorian era to dye clothes, wallpaper, and even food, leading to accidental poisonings. Yanite is a fast-acting poison that can cause rapid death in humans and animals. It was used as a chemical weapon in World War II and has been used in various high-profile assassinations, including that of Rasputin, the Russian mystic. Cyanide is also found in certain plants, such as the cassava root, which can be toxic if not prepared correctly. Ricin is a protein toxin found in castor beans that can cause severe vomiting, diarrhea, and organ failure. It has been used as a weapon of assassination and terrorism, including in the infamous 1978 umbrella murder of Bulgarian journalist Georgy Markov. Ricin is also a potential bioweapon that can be easily manufactured and distributed. Botulinum toxin is one of the deadliest toxins known to man, causing paralysis and respiratory failure. It is produced by the bacterium Clostridium botulinum, which can grow in improperly canned food. Botulinum toxin has been used as a biological weapon, and there are concerns that it could be used in a future terrorist attack. Tetrodotoxin is a neurotoxin found in pufferfish and other marine animals. It can cause paralysis and death within hours of ingestion. Despite its deadly effects, tetrodotoxin is considered a delicacy in some parts of Japan, where specially trained chefs prepare it in a dish called fugu. However, even the smallest mistake in preparation can lead to fatal poisoning. There you have it, the top 5 most dangerous poisons in the world. While some of these poisons have been used for nefarious purposes, others occur naturally and can be accidentally ingested. It's important to be aware of the dangers of these poisons and take precautions to avoid them. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
Природна Моршинська плюс сік. Моршинська лимонада без консервантів.
Welcome to the desert, one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth. From scorching temperatures to treacherous terrain, the desert is full of dangers that can put your life at risk. In this video, we'll highlight 5 dangers you need to be aware of if you ever find yourself stranded in the desert. The first danger you need to know about is heat stroke. In the desert, temperatures can soar to over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and the heat can quickly overwhelm your body's ability to cool itself down. Heat stroke can be deadly, and it's important to stay hydrated and avoid strenuous activity during the hottest parts of the day. The second danger is dehydration. In the desert, water is scarce, and your body can quickly lose fluids through sweat and respiration. To avoid dehydration, make sure to bring plenty of water with you and drink regularly, even if you don't feel thirsty. The third danger is sandstorms. In the desert, strong winds can kick up massive clouds of sand and dust, reducing visibility to zero and making it impossible to navigate. If you're caught in a sandstorm, protect your eyes, nose, and mouth from the sand and seek shelter if possible. The fourth danger is flash floods. Although the desert is often dry, sudden rainstorms can cause flash floods that can sweep away everything in their path. To avoid being caught in a flash flood, be aware of weather conditions and avoid hiking in narrow canyons or dry riverbeds during or after a rainstorm. The fifth danger is venomous creatures. The desert is home to a variety of snakes, scorpions, spiders, and other creatures that can deliver a painful or deadly bite or sting. To avoid encounters with venomous creatures, be aware of your surroundings and wear protective clothing and footwear. The desert is a beautiful and fascinating place, but it can also be deadly if you're not prepared. Remember to stay hydrated, avoid the hottest parts of the day, be aware of weather conditions, and be prepared for encounters with venomous creatures. With the right knowledge and preparation, you can explore the wonders of the desert safely. Thanks for watching and stay safe out there. Cataclysms have been a part of human history since the beginning of time. From natural disasters to man-made catastrophes, these events have left an indelible mark on our planet and our species. Today, we will explore the 5 most devastating cataclysms in human history. Volcanic eruptions have caused some of the deadliest and most destructive cataclysms in human history. One such eruption occurred in 1815, when the Tambora volcano in Indonesia erupted, spewing ash and debris into the atmosphere, causing a global temperature drop and leading to the year without a summer. Earthquakes are another natural disaster that has caused countless deaths and destruction throughout history. One of the most devastating earthquakes in history occurred in 1556 in China, killing an estimated 830,000 people. Hurricanes, also known as typhoons or cyclones, are powerful tropical storms that can cause widespread damage and destruction. One of the deadliest hurricanes in history was Hurricane Katrina, which hit the United States in 2005, causing over 1,800 deaths and billions of dollars in damages. Man-made cataclysms can be just as devastating as natural disasters, and nuclear explosions are perhaps the most destructive of all. The bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945 during World War II led to the deaths of over 200,000 people and ushered in the nuclear age. Forest fires are another man-made cataclysm that can have devastating consequences. The 2019 to 2020 Australian bushfire season, also known as the Black Summer, was one of the worst in history, destroying over 46 million acres of land and killing an estimated 3 billion animals. These cataclysms are a reminder of the awesome power of nature and the potential for human beings to cause irreparable harm to our planet. We must work together to mitigate the effects of these disasters and prevent them from happening again in the future. Welcome to our video on the 5 most terrifying prisons in the world. These are places where the worst of the worst are sent to pay for their crimes. From the infamous Alcatraz to the isolated Black Dolphin prison, these prisons are sure to make your skin crawl. Let's dive in. Alcatraz is known for its notorious inmates such as Al Capone and Robert Stroud, also known as the Birdman of Alcatraz. This prison is located on an isolated island in the San Francisco Bay, making it nearly impossible to escape. The harsh living conditions and the thought of being trapped on an island make Alcatraz one of the most terrifying prisons in the world. Bang Kwang Central Prison is known for its strict rules and brutal punishments. Prisoners are locked in their cells for 23 hours a day, and the conditions are often overcrowded and unsanitary. The inmates here are mostly serving life sentences, and the thought of never leaving this place is enough to terrify anyone. Black Dolphin Prison is one of the most isolated prisons in the world, located in a remote area of Russia. The prison is known for its harsh conditions and brutal treatment of inmates. The prisoners here are mostly serial killers, rapists, and terrorists, making it a very dangerous place to be. Tadmor Prison in Syria is known for its brutal torture methods and inhumane living conditions. The prison was closed in 2001, but before that, it was considered one of the most terrifying prisons in the world. Inmates were often subjected to torture and executions, and the conditions were so bad that many prisoners died from disease and malnutrition. San Pedro Prison in Bolivia is unique in that it is run entirely by the inmates themselves. However, the conditions in the prison are extremely dangerous, and violence is rampant. The inmates here often live with their families, and the children who grow up inside the prison are exposed to a life of crime and violence. So there you have it, the 5 most terrifying prisons in the world. These places are a reminder of the worst of humanity and the consequences of our actions. Let us know in the comments if you know of any other terrifying prisons that we missed. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more videos like this. There are some places on this planet that seem to defy explanation. From ancient ruins to natural wonders, these are the world's most mysterious places. Stonehenge, in England, is one of the world's most iconic prehistoric monuments. Built around 2500 BCE, it is believed to have been a place of religious significance for the people who built it. In Peru, the Nazca lines are a series of massive geoglyphs etched into the desert floor. The purpose of these giant designs is still a mystery, with some theories suggesting they may have been used for astronomical purposes or as part of religious rituals. The Bermuda Triangle, a region in the western part of the North Atlantic Ocean, has been the site of numerous unexplained disappearances of ships and planes. While there are many theories about what causes these incidents, no definitive explanation has been found. The Great Pyramids of Giza, in Egypt, are one of the most impressive feats of engineering in human history. Built over 4,500 years ago, they continue to fascinate and puzzle scholars and tourists alike. The Moai statues on Easter Island, in the South Pacific, are some of the most enigmatic artifacts in the world. Carved from volcanic rock by the island's inhabitants around 1000 CE, they are thought to have been created to honor the island's ancestors, but much about their purpose and construction remains a mystery. Area 51, a top-secret military base in Nevada, has long been the subject of conspiracy theories and speculation. While it is known that the facility is used for the development and testing of experimental aircraft, there are many who believe that it is also the site of secret government experiments and even contact with extraterrestrial life. These are just a few of the world's most mysterious places. Whether they are the product of ancient civilizations or modern-day intrigue, they continue to captivate and intrigue people around the globe.
Любов до рідних підтримує нас завжди, як і сік-садочок. Садочок для тих, кого любиш.
Rivers are often seen as symbols of peace and tranquility, but lurking beneath the surface are creatures that have struck fear into the hearts of many. Here are 5 river monsters you should know about. The Ganges River dolphin is a freshwater dolphin that can be found in the Ganges, Brahmaputra, and Meghna rivers in India and Bangladesh. They are known to attack fishermen and swimmers who get too close. In 2018, a man was killed in the Indian state of Bihar when a group of Ganges River dolphins attacked him while he was swimming. The Amazonian giant centipede is a terrifying creature that can grow up to a foot long. It can be found in the Amazon River and its tributaries in South America. While it primarily preys on other animals, it has been known to attack humans. In 2014, a man in Venezuela was bitten by an Amazonian giant centipede while he was sleeping. The bite was so painful that he was unable to move for several days. The bull shark is a highly aggressive shark that can be found in rivers around the world, including the Amazon River, the Zambezi River in Africa, and the Ganges River in India. They are responsible for more attacks on humans than any other shark species. In 2017, a woman was attacked by a bull shark while she was swimming in the Brisbane River in Australia. She suffered severe injuries to her leg and had to be rushed to the hospital. The electric eel is a unique creature that can generate an electrical charge of up to 600 volts. It can be found in the Amazon and Orinoco rivers in South America. While it primarily uses its electric shock to stun prey, it has been known to attack humans. In 2019, a man in Brazil was electrocuted by an electric eel while he was fishing in the Amazon River. He suffered a heart attack and died. The Nile crocodile is one of the largest crocodile species in the world and can be found in the Nile River and its tributaries in Africa. They are known to be extremely aggressive and have been responsible for numerous attacks on humans. In 2018, a man was killed by a Nile crocodile while he was fishing in the Zambezi River in Africa. The crocodile dragged him into the water and his body was never recovered. So the next time you take a dip in a river, be careful. You never know what might be lurking beneath the surface. Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to Top List, the channel where we explore fascinating topics you won't find anywhere else. In this video, we'll be talking about a topic that might seem a little counterintuitive at first, but it's a fact that there are some poisons out there that can actually be beneficial to humans. So, let's explore the world of beneficial poisons. Firstly, let's talk about the venom of certain snakes. Venomous snakes can be very dangerous and even lethal, but there are specific compounds in snake venom that can actually be beneficial for medical purposes. For example, researchers have found that a compound called batroxaban, found in the venom of the Bothrops jararaca snake, can help to prevent blood clots, making it potentially useful in the treatment of heart attacks and strokes. Did you know that in 1995, a Brazilian man named Paulo Marcos da Costa was bitten by a jararaca snake and was rushed to the hospital? Despite receiving the anti-venom, his condition continued to worsen. Doctors then decided to try a new experimental treatment using batroxaban, which they injected directly into his bloodstream. Within a few hours, da Costa's condition began to improve, and he made a full recovery. This case led to further research into the medical uses of snake venom and its components. Moving on, let's take a look at the poison of the blue-ringed octopus. This venom contains a compound called tetrodotoxin, which is incredibly potent and can cause paralysis and even death in humans. However, scientists have discovered that tetrodotoxin can also be used as a painkiller for conditions such as cancer and chronic pain. In 2014, a study conducted by researchers from the University of Utah found that tetrodotoxin could be used to develop new painkillers that are more effective and less addictive than traditional opioids. The study found that tetrodotoxin works by blocking the sodium channels in nerve cells that transmit pain signals, effectively turning off the pain signal. This discovery has the potential to revolutionize pain management and reduce the opioid epidemic. Finally, we have the poison of the cone snail. This venom contains a variety of compounds that can be used as painkillers and muscle relaxants. One compound, ziconotide, has been approved by the FDA for the treatment of chronic pain. In 2004, a man named John Jelline was suffering from chronic pain due to a spinal cord injury. Despite trying multiple treatments, including opioids and spinal surgery, Jelline's pain persisted. His doctors then decided to try an experimental treatment using ziconotide, which they administered directly into his spinal cord. Within a few days, Jelline's pain was reduced by 70%, and he was able to stop taking opioids altogether. This case led to the FDA approving ziconotide for the treatment of chronic pain in 2004. So, as we've seen, there are some poisons out there that can actually be beneficial to humans. Of course, it's important to note that these poisons can be incredibly dangerous if used incorrectly, and should only be used under the guidance of medical professionals. But it's fascinating to learn about the different ways that nature can provide us with unexpected benefits. Thanks for watching, and if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new video from Top List. Hello everyone, welcome to Top List. Today, we'll be taking you on a journey to explore some of the most incredible bridges from around the world. But before we get started, make sure to hit the subscribe and like button to stay updated with more exciting content. First up on our list is the Millau Viaduct in France. It is the tallest cable-stayed bridge in the world and provides breathtaking views of the French countryside. Did you know that it took 3 years to build this incredible structure? Amazing, isn't it? Now, let's travel to China to showcase the Duge Bridge, which is the highest bridge in the world. It was built to connect two mountainous regions, and it is an engineering marvel. Imagine driving across this bridge and feeling like you're floating in the clouds. Next on our list is the Vasco da Gama Bridge in Portugal, which is the longest bridge in Europe. It was built to reduce traffic congestion and improve transportation links between different parts of the country. And the best part? It only took 4 years to complete. Moving on to Japan, we have the Akashi Kaikyo Bridge, which is the longest suspension bridge in the world. It was built to withstand strong winds and earthquakes, which are common in the region. Can you believe that it took 10 years to build this bridge? Last but not least, we have the iconic Sydney Harbour Bridge in Australia. It is not only a landmark but also a major transportation link between different parts of the city. Did you know that the bridge has 1,400,000 steel rivets holding it together? So there you have it, folks. These are just a few of the many incredible bridges from around the world. Don't forget to hit the subscribe and like button to stay updated with more exciting content from Top List. Thank you for watching. Hi everyone, you're on Top List. Perhaps everyone has heard about the delicacies that may be the last thing you try in your life: fugu fish, monkey brains, pangium, or edible manioc. However, even our familiar dishes that everyone has heard of can cause irreparable harm to the body and even be fatal. And the reason for this is not only in observance of norms and rules of sanitary and food safety, but also in violation of the technology of their preparation. Here are the top 5 most dangerous dishes from around the world. Italy is known for its cheeses, but in addition to Parmesan, mozzarella, and other noble varieties, the country also serves the world's most dangerous variety, casu marzu. It is a sheep cheese that uses the larvae of the Pyophila caseae fly to ripen it. They feed on the cheese and secrete a secretion that makes the product extraordinarily soft. However, this delicacy carries a threat. If the human body is weak, the larvae in the stomach can survive and become your roommates. Well, if they died while still in the product, then the cheese becomes poisonous. Who doesn't know rhubarb? Perhaps everyone knows rhubarb. It is widely used in cooking. For example, prepare a delicious and useful jam. But not many people know that its root contains a lot of oxalic acid, which is bad for the kidneys. There have even been several reported cases around the world in which consumption of rhubarb root has caused death. It would seem, what can be harmful in peanuts, which are eaten even by children? Here's the story. Raw cashews contain a poisonous substance, urushiol, which poses a deadly danger to humans. However, after heat treatment, it breaks down, and the nuts become perfectly safe. What is the fault of the crab? Today, many people are lovers of seafood, among which the crab occupies a worthy place. It is not dangerous if it is well cleaned and has undergone a complete heat treatment. Otherwise, this marine delicacy can cause cholera, a disease that poses a deadly danger to human life. Shark meat can be found in many stores. If it is widely available, then how is it dangerous? The danger is not all shark meat, but only a certain dish that is preferred by residents of Iceland and tourists of this country. We are talking about hockerel, dried meat of the Greenlandic polar shark, which is cut into pieces and dried for 6 months. The meat of this shark is poisonous because it contains a large amount of urea. This is due to the fact that it has no kidneys and urinary tract, so toxins are released directly into the skin, poisoning it. To get rid of the poison, pieces of shark are placed in special containers with holes into which it drains. Unfortunately, this method does not always give 100% certainty that after curing the meat is absolutely safe. These are the top 5 most dangerous dishes from around the world. And for a snack, let's talk about the drink, which can also be classified as one of the most dangerous. And that is absinthe. Any alcohol in excessive amounts or of improper quality can be your last drink. This drink is made from the juice of sweet fennel or anise, which not only gives it an unusual flavor, but also poses a threat thanks to the natural hallucinogenic and psychotropic drug thujone in its composition. Be careful and stay with us. Subscribe to our channel and like this video. Eat delicious and safe. Hey there, welcome back to our channel where we explore the fanciest and most extravagant things on this planet. Today, we're gonna dive deep into the world of alcohol and take a look at the most expensive and luxurious picks out there. So, first up we've got the Louis XIII Cognac. This baby is something special, let me tell you. It's got a rich and complex taste, and it's made from a blend of over 1,200 Ozdevai. Now, one interesting story that comes with this cognac is that it was actually served to King George VI during his coronation in 1937. Next up, we've got the Macallan 1946 whiskey. This whiskey is rare as heck, and it's super hard to find. One interesting story that comes with this whiskey is that a bottle was sold for over $460,000 at an auction. Moving on, we've got the Diva vodka. This vodka is all about the packaging. It's got a glittering tube filled with Swarovski crystals, making it a sight to behold. One interesting story that comes with this vodka is that it's actually filtered through diamonds. For our fourth pick, we've got the Chateau Margaux 1787 wine. This wine is special because it's got a rich history and was once owned by Thomas Jefferson himself. One interesting story that comes with this wine is that a bottle was accidentally broken by a waiter, leading to a $225,000 insurance claim. Last but not least, we've got the Russo Baltique vodka. This vodka is all about the bottle, baby. It's covered in gold and features a diamond-encrusted cap. One interesting story that comes with this vodka is that a bottle was actually stolen from a bar in Denmark and later found in a construction site. Well folks, that's it for our video exploring the world's most expensive alcohols. Which one of these picks would you be willing to try? Let us know in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe for more luxurious content.
Слот Сіті. Життя сповнене шансів.
Десь побачив в інтернеті, в тих, хто відмовляється боротися, немає жодного шансу. Так і живу з друзями.
Ми з пацанами перейшли на українську. Без варіантів.
Без шансів.
Провальне побачення дає шанс на нові побачення.
Шанс. Там, де ти. Слот Сіті.
Hello, and welcome to our latest video where we explore the world of the most expensive cars ever built. Cars have always been a status symbol, and owning a luxury car is a dream for many of us. However, these cars are not just luxurious, they are also technological marvels with the most advanced engineering and performance. So, let's dive into the world of million-dollar rides and explore the top 5 most expensive cars ever built. The Bugatti Divo is an exclusive and limited edition car that is priced at $9.4 million. It has a quad-turbocharged 8.0-liter W16 engine producing 1,500 horsepower, and it can reach a top speed of 236 miles per hour. The car's design is inspired by the Bugatti Type 57 SC Atlantic, and it has a unique aerodynamic design that makes it stand out from other Bugatti models. The Bugatti Divo is not just a car, it's a work of art that combines engineering and design to create the ultimate driving experience. The Mercedes-Benz Maybach Accelero is a one-of-a-kind car that is priced at $10.1 million. It has a twin-turbocharged V12 engine producing 690 horsepower, and it can reach a top speed of 218 miles per hour. The car was originally designed as a concept car and was later purchased by a private buyer. The car's design is inspired by the Maybach luxury car brand, and it has a unique and luxurious appearance that makes it stand out from other cars. The Mercedes-Benz Maybach Accelero is not just a car, it's a symbol of luxury and exclusivity. The Bugatti Centodieci prototype is a one-of-a-kind car that is priced at $18.7 million. It has a quad-turbocharged 8.0-liter W16 engine producing 1,600 horsepower, and it can reach a top speed of 236 miles per hour. The car's design is inspired by the Bugatti EB110, and it has a unique and futuristic appearance that makes it stand out from other cars. The Bugatti Centodieci prototype is not just a car, it's a symbol of innovation and engineering excellence. The Rolls-Royce Sweptail is a custom-built car that is priced at $19 million. It has a 6.8-liter V12 engine producing 453 horsepower, and it can reach a top speed of 150 miles per hour. The car's design is inspired by the Rolls-Royce cars of the 1920s and 1930s, and it has a unique and elegant appearance that makes it stand out from other cars. The Rolls-Royce Sweptail is not just a car, it's a symbol of craftsmanship and luxury. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire is a one-of-a-kind car that is priced at $19 million. It has a quad-turbocharged 8.0-liter W16 engine producing 1,500 horsepower, and it can reach a top speed of 261 miles per hour. The car's design is inspired by the Bugatti Type 57 SC Atlantic, and it has a unique and futuristic appearance that makes it stand out from other cars. The Bugatti La Voiture Noire is not just a car, it's a symbol of exclusivity and sophistication. It was created to commemorate Bugatti's 110th anniversary, and it is considered to be the most expensive car ever built. All of these cars are not just cars, they are masterpieces of engineering and design that combine technology, luxury, and exclusivity to create the ultimate driving experience. They represent the pinnacle of automotive engineering and the ultimate expression of wealth and status. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in our next video. When it comes to the world's most dangerous roads, these 5 stand out for their hairpin turns, steep drop-offs, and perilous conditions. Yungas Road, Bolivia. This road is only 10 feet wide in some places, with sheer cliffs on one side and steep drop-offs on the other. It's estimated that 200 to 300 people die on this road every year. Zojila Pass, India. This high-altitude mountain pass is covered in snow and ice for much of the year. Landslides, avalanches, and rockfalls are common, making it a treacherous journey for even the most experienced drivers. Karakoram Highway, Pakistan. This road connects China and Pakistan, but it's also known as the Friendship Highway. The road reaches elevations of over 15,000 feet, and its narrow lanes and hairpin turns are made even more dangerous by landslides and flooding. James Dalton Highway, Alaska. This 414-mile stretch of road is the only way to reach the oil fields in Prudhoe Bay. But it's not an easy journey, the road is unpaved, and the harsh weather and remoteness make it a dangerous place to be stranded. These roads are just a small sample of the dangerous roads that exist around the world. Accidents and fatalities on these roads are unfortunately all too common, and it's a reminder that when we get behind the wheel, we need to stay focused and stay safe.
Про план Фортіфлора для підтримки здоров'я вашого улюбленця в кризові часи.
Dogs are considered man's best friend, but some of them have a very aggressive temperament. There are many factors that play a role in a dog's real danger to humans. Almost every breeder has his own point of view on this issue. Some see no problem with excessive aggressiveness, since the breed is perfectly trainable, while others tend to consider even the world's kindest dog dangerous. We decided to compile this list based on the number of times a breed has attacked a person and how much damage they can do to the owner. Here are 10 breeds we strongly advise you not to have in your home. The Tosa Inu is a massive dog. The breed was originally conceived as a fighting dog. The burrow of the dogs is very steep. In fact, it is so tough that in some countries it is simply illegal to own a Tosa Inu. This breed is notorious for its unpredictable temperament. The Bull Terrier, even after training, can attack its owner, let alone strangers. The dog from South Africa was bred for one purpose only: to drive lions away from prey killed by its owner. The Ridgeback is a very intelligent and loyal dog, but it reacts terribly to strangers. One must be strong and confident in training. An extra shout may well cost the cutthroat a piece of his arm. This is a large dog designed to work with livestock in the field. The Canary dog requires early spaying and constant training, otherwise, the character of the dog will be very aggressive. The American Bulldog is a heavy, clumsy dog. They are known for their friendliness, however, don't be fooled. Their innate stubbornness can cause them to attack even their owner, asking why won't you give up my favorite toy? Boer Boel also came to the world from South Africa. This dog is an excellent guard, able to protect your home from the most vicious burglar. The dog is extremely loyal to its owners, but tends to dislike all others up to and including an unpredictable attack. The breed is called the Pakistani Bulldog, and for good reason. Extremely strong, powerful dog was bred as a fighter, so representatives of the breed are very aggressive and difficult to train. As the name of the breed implies, we are looking at a hybrid of a wolf and a dog. Consequently, wolfhounds have a set of genes that form an unpredictable, dangerous type of behavior. Such dogs are used for military purposes, but it is somewhat strange to have a wolfhound at home. Famed for their intelligence, tracking skills, and fighting qualities, the Doberman is still not the best dog to guard a family. The Doberman's aggression is unpredictable and may well turn against the owner. The pit bull was originally designed to bait bulls and bears. Can you imagine what this breed can do? All over the world, pit bulls are used in dogfights. Also, all over the world, pit bulls are considered one of the most dangerous dogs. That's all. Thank you very much for watching. Like this video, and stay tuned to the top list. We'll meet up with you in the next videos.
Татко Київстар просив купити. Сходиш?
Так сімку онлайн можна купити.
Сімку онлайн?
Так, на шоп Kyivstar.ua є безкоштовна доставка. І гарний номер можна обрати. Замовляй!
The most terrifying archaeological excavations. The profession of an archaeologist primarily requires iron nerves and endurance. While conducting research, scientists sometimes take out things from the ground that make your heart sink. In addition to ancient utensils, clothing, and scriptures, they find the remains of animals and people. Let's learn about the most terrifying archaeological excavations. Screaming mummies. Egypt is full of riddles and mysteries, many of which have already been solved. While studying tombs in 1886, researcher Gaston Maspero came across an unusual mummy. Unlike other bodies found before, it was simply wrapped in sheepskin. And its face was twisted in a terrible grimace, with the terrible mummy's mouth open. Scientists put forward various versions, including poisoning and the burial of the Egyptian alive. In fact, everything turned out to be quite simple. When the body was wrapped, the mouth was also tied with a rope. Apparently, poor fastening led to the fact that the rope fell off, and the jaw, which was not held by anything, fell down. As a result, the body acquired such a gruesome appearance. And to this day, archaeologists find such mummies, which are still called gruesome. Headless Vikings. In 2010, the list of the most terrifying archaeological excavations was added to by scientists working in Dorset. The group hoped to find ancestral household equipment, their clothes, and working tools to supplement historical data on their lifestyle. But what they came across horrified them. Scientists discovered the remains of human bodies, but without heads. The skulls were not far from the grave. Having carefully studied them, the archaeologists came to the conclusion that these were the remains of Vikings. At the same time, the skulls were missing. Therefore, we can conclude that the executioners took several heads as a trophy. The burial of 54 Vikings took place in the 8th and 9th centuries. An unknown creature. Amateur scientists, taking a walk in the national park in New Zealand, came across a karst cave. The young archaeologists decided to visit it. Walking through the cave corridors, the group saw a skeleton that was well preserved but looked eerie. The rather large body had rough skin, a beak, and huge claws. Absolutely not understanding where this monster came from, the guys urgently left the cave. Further research showed that these were the remains of an ancient moa bird. Some scientists believe that it still lives on the planet, just hiding from people. The crystal skull. Archaeologist Frederick Mitchell Hedges, walking through the jungles of Belize, made a stunning discovery. He found a skull made of rock crystal. The find weighed 5 kilograms. The tribes living nearby claim that the skull is the heritage of the Mayan tribe. There are 13 of them scattered around the world, and the one who collects the entire collection will be able to discover the secrets of the universe. Whether it is true or not is unknown, but the mystery of the skull has not been solved to this day. What is surprising is that it is made using a technology that contradicts the chemical and physical laws known to mankind. This is the amazing, unusual, and sometimes frightening world of archaeology. There are many more discoveries and unravelings of unimaginable mysteries ahead of us. Thank you for watching, subscribe and like this video. See you soon! Today we're going to talk about the 5 most expensive dishes in the world. From gold-covered sushi to truffles worth their weight in diamonds, get ready to be amazed by the luxury and extravagance of these dishes. Let's start with the Fleur Burger 5000 from Fleur by Hubert Keller, a restaurant in Las Vegas. This burger is made with Wagyu beef, foie gras, and truffles, and is served with a bottle of 1995 Chateau Petrus wine. The price tag? A whopping $5,000. Next up is the Fortress Stilt Fisherman Indulgence from the Fortress Resort and Spa in Sri Lanka. This dish features a gold leaf-wrapped lobster, beluga caviar, and a champagne sabayon sauce. The cost? A staggering $14,500. Moving on to Almas caviar, which is the most expensive caviar in the world. It is produced from the eggs of the Iranian beluga fish and is sold exclusively at Caviar House and Prunier in London. A kilogram of this caviar can cost up to $34,500. Now, let's talk about the Golden Opulence Sundae from Serendipity 3 in New York City. This dessert is made with Tahitian vanilla ice cream, 23-karat edible gold leaf, and rare chocolates. It's also topped with a diamond bracelet, and the cost is a staggering $1,000. And finally, the most expensive dish on our list is the Sushi del Orient from Angelito Araneda Jr.'s restaurant in Manila, Philippines. This sushi is wrapped in 24-karat gold leaf and features premium ingredients such as wild saffron, white truffle, and 3 kinds of premium caviar. The cost? An unbelievable $1,978. And there you have it, folks, the 5 most expensive dishes in the world. Would you be willing to pay that much for a single meal? Let us know in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more exciting videos like this one. Hello and welcome back to our channel. Today, we're going to take a look at the 5 wealthiest people in history. These individuals have amassed a fortune that is incomprehensible to most of us. From oil tycoons to emperors, their wealth has left a mark on history. So, without further ado, let's begin. Our first contender is Mansa Musa, the Emperor of Mali. Born in 1280, Musa ruled Mali for over 25 years, during which he was considered one of the wealthiest people of all time. His estimated net worth was around $400 billion, making him the richest person in history. John D. Rockefeller was an American businessman who founded the Standard Oil Company. He is considered the wealthiest American of all time, with an estimated net worth of around $350 billion. Andrew Carnegie was a Scottish-American industrialist who made his fortune in the steel industry. He is widely regarded as one of the wealthiest people in history, with an estimated net worth of around $310 billion. Emperor Shenzong of Song was the sixth emperor of the Song dynasty in China. He was known for his extravagant lifestyle and patronage of the arts. His net worth was estimated to be around $30 billion, making him one of the wealthiest people in history. Our final contender is none other than Bill Gates, the co-founder of Microsoft. With a net worth of around $130 billion, he is one of the wealthiest people in modern times and has made a significant impact on the tech industry. And there you have it, folks, the 5 wealthiest people in history. It's fascinating to see how individuals have been able to amass such vast fortunes and leave their mark on history. Who knows, maybe in the future, we'll see even more individuals added to this list. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. There are cases in history when experiments were conducted on people for the sake of science. These physical or psychological experiments may have been cruel, illegal, unethical, and just plain weird, but the researchers who conducted them believed that the end justified the means. The tea room trade, a study of homosexual contact in public spaces. In the 1960s, sociologist Laud Humphreys conducted a groundbreaking study called the tea room trade, which focused on men who engaged in anonymous sexual activity with other men in public restrooms. Rooms in American gay slang. Through observation and interviews, he sought to explore the social dynamics of this environment and the motives of its participants. Humphreys disguised himself as a voyeur, tracking his subjects in cars and interviewing them under the guise of a healthcare worker. Today, his work is often cited as an example of unethical social research. Study of malaria in Stateville penitentiary institutions. The Stateville Prison Malaria Study, conducted in the 1940s, is one of the most controversial studies in history. It took place at the Stateville Prison in Illinois, USA, and was aimed at testing the effect of malaria on prisoners by deliberately infecting them with the malaria parasite. The infected people were then administered different drugs and their effectiveness in treating the infection was measured. The experiment expanded the understanding of the mechanisms of malaria and its treatment. However, the study has sparked a lot of debate about its ethics. Operation Artichoke. Operation Artichoke, a CIA-led program, was conducted from 1951 to 1961 and was aimed at investigating the use of hypnosis and other forms of psychological manipulation in intelligence gathering. This program was part of the larger MKUltra project, initiated by the CIA to study the effects of psychological manipulation on people. Operation Artichoke was aimed at assessing the effectiveness of hypnosis and other psychological methods in obtaining information from interrogated persons. The researchers also tried to understand how to use hypnosis to change the memory or behavior of a person involved in covert operations. The program caused controversy over its ethics and was eventually terminated. The Monster Study. In 1939, Wendell Johnson, a psychologist at the University of Iowa, conducted a psychological experiment called the Monster Study. Its purpose was to study the influence of value judgments on the speed of speech in young children. The participants were 22 subjects, children from an orphanage, randomly divided into 2 groups. Children from one group were encouraged and praised for their reading and language abilities, while children from the other group were ridiculed and severely criticized. As a result, some healthy children in the second group developed signs of stuttering. The experiment was recognized as unethical because of the psychological trauma it caused these children and the lack of consent from their guardians or legal representatives. Operation Midnight Climax. Operation Midnight Climax was a covert CIA program conducted in the 1950s and 1960s as part of the larger MKUltra project. Agents set up safe houses in San Francisco and New York City, where they used prostitutes to lure unsuspecting men. At the safe house, they would discreetly administer hallucinogenic drugs such as LSD to them in order to observe and document the effects of these substances on behavior. This unethical experiment continued until it was made public in the 1970s, leading to its termination. During the years of this research, many psychedelics were tested on hundreds of unsuspecting people. This is 5 stories, but there are many more. Humanity has done a lot of good, but it has also made a lot of mistakes. Subscribe so you don't miss the next video. See you soon. Hello friends, this is the second part of the most horrible experiments people have ever done. Get some tea or something stronger and let's go. Stanford Prison Experiment. This is a psychological experiment conducted in 1971 at Stanford University in California. It was aimed at studying the psychological impact of power and authority on people by recreating a prison environment. 24 male participants were randomly assigned either as prisoners or guards and placed in a simulated prison environment for 2 weeks. However, the experiment had to be terminated early due to severe psychological stress of the participants and unethical behavior of the guards. The experiment showed that people begin to behave in accordance with social roles and expectations, even if these roles are offensive and harmful. The experiment is considered a classic example of the dangers of obedience and conformity. Project Aversion. From 1970 to 1989, South Africa conducted a secret program to purge the army of non-heterosexual soldiers. The project was a series of experiments led by psychiatrist Aubrey Levine. These experiments, medical and psychiatric, were aimed at curing the homosexuality of men and women in the South African Army. The methods used in this experiment are considered medical torture today. Hormonal drugs, stun guns, chemical castration, and sex reassignment surgeries were used. Experiments on humans in Guatemala. The United States government conducted medical experiments with sexually transmitted syphilis in Guatemala in the 1940s. Subjects were intentionally infected without their knowledge or consent, and then the effectiveness of penicillin in treatment was tested. The experiments lasted for 10 years, from 1946 to 1956, about 1.5 thousand people were infected, and 83 subjects died. Study of the effect of radiation on testicles. The University of Washington, on behalf of the U.S. government, conducted a series of experiments to test the effect of radiation on American prisoners in the 1960s and 70s. Testing the effects of radiation on humans is unethical and illegal because it harms living organisms. Milgram experiments. This is a series of social psychology experiments conducted by Yale University psychologist Stanley Milgram in the 1960s. The experiments were designed to test how far people would go to obey an authority figure, a leader who encouraged them to do things against their conscience. Some participants were convinced that they would electrocute others. They did not know that the electric shocks were fake, but believing that they were real, some of the participants were willing to administer these shocks to other people. That's the second part. But there are many more interesting things to come. So subscribe to the channel, so as not to miss anything. Milgram experiments. This is a series of social psychology experiments conducted by Yale University psychologist Stanley Milgram in the 1960s. The experiments were designed to test how far people would go to obey an authority figure, a leader who encouraged them to do things against their conscience. Some participants were convinced that they would electrocute others. They did not know that the electric shocks were fake, but believing that they were real, some of the participants were willing to administer these shocks to other people. Hello, everyone. This is the third part of a video about the most horrific experiments on humans. Let's get started. Unit 731. Detachment 731 was a biological and chemical weapons research unit of the Imperial Japanese Army. The unit conducted human experiments during World War II and was responsible for some of the worst war crimes committed by Japan. Unit 731 conducted experiments on live prisoners, including Chinese, Korean, Russian, and Mongolian civilians, as well as prisoners of war, to develop and test biological and chemical weapons. The full extent of the atrocities committed by Unit 731 is not fully known, but it is estimated that thousands of people were killed and ill-treated. Electrocution of children. Dr. Loretta Bender worked at New York's Bellevue Hospital from 1942 to 1955. She administered electroconvulsive therapy, ECT, or electroshock therapy, to hundreds of infants and children aged 3 to 12. ECT is a psychiatric treatment that uses electrical currents to stimulate the brain and can be used to treat severe depression, bipolar disorder, and catatonia. While this form of therapy is known to be effective for some people, its use, particularly in children, is controversial and considered unethical. Infection of mentally retarded children with hepatitis. In Staten Island, New York, the Willowbrook State School was a state-funded institution for children with intellectual disabilities. In the early 70s, the institution fell into disrepair. Reports and investigations showed that it was overcrowded, did not meet hygiene standards, and had a shortage of qualified staff, creating conditions that amounted to inhumane treatment. Astonishingly, the reports showed that the staff of the institution deliberately infected children with hepatitis as part of an experiment to study the effects of the virus. This led to numerous lawsuits and subsequent investigations, which eventually resulted in the closure of the school in 1987. Nazi experiments. During the Second World War, the Nazis conducted cruel experiments on concentration camp inmates. People were frozen, subjected to experiments at high altitudes, tested for the effects of chemical and biological agents, and much more. The people responsible for these inhumane experiments were later tried for war crimes. Experiment with the drug TGN 1412. In 2006, a trial of the immunomodulatory drug TGN 1412 was conducted to evaluate its effectiveness in treating various autoimmune diseases and leukemia. In the course of the study, the drug was administered to 6 healthy volunteers, but in all of them it unexpectedly caused an acute systemic inflammatory response syndrome and multiple organ failure. This led to life-threatening conditions that required emergency medical care and immediate termination of the trial. Fortunately, thanks to prompt medical intervention, the volunteers were able to recover without any long-term consequences. Mustard gas tests on soldiers. Mustard gas is a chemical warfare agent used during the First and Second World Wars. It causes severe irritation of the skin, eyes, and respiratory tract and blistering. During the First World War, mustard gas was tested on U.S. soldiers to evaluate its effectiveness as a weapon. Needless to say, soldiers exposed to mustard gas often suffered serious injuries and long-term health consequences. No doubt, these unfortunates had no idea what consequences awaited them. Release of infected mosquitoes. In the 1950s, the U.S. Army released millions of mosquitoes infected with dengue and yellow fever in Avon Park, Florida, and Savannah, Georgia. This was done in order to test whether mosquitoes can act as a biological weapon, spreading contagious diseases. Needless to say, the experiment resulted in many people getting sick and some dying. Radioactive pills for pregnant women. As part of a study conducted at Vanderbilt University in the 1940s, pregnant women were given radioactive pills at the university's free prenatal clinic. This experiment was conducted in the context of human testing to determine the effects of nuclear explosions and other types of radioactive exposure on humans during the Cold War that followed World War II. This is the end of the experiment topic. If you have not mentioned any, please write in the comments, and watch the previous 2 videos. And subscribe to the channel, it's important to us. See you soon! Welcome to our tour of the 5 tallest skyscrapers in the world, all of which are already built and open to the public. Each one has its own unique design and interesting facts that make them a must-see for architecture enthusiasts. Our first stop is the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world. Did you know that it took over 22 million man-hours to build and used over 330,000 cubic meters of concrete and 55,000 tons of steel? Its observation deck on the 148th floor is also the highest in the world at 555 meters. Next up is the Shanghai Tower, which is the tallest building in China and the second tallest in the world. Its unique spiraling design helps reduce wind load by 24% and saves up to $58 million in material costs. Fun fact, the Shanghai Tower's elevators are also the fastest in the world, traveling at a speed of 74 kilometers per hour. The Abraj Al Bait Clock Tower, also known as the Mecca Royal Hotel Clock Tower, is the third tallest building in the world. It features the world's largest clock face, which measures over 43 meters in diameter. The clock tower also houses the world's largest clock mechanism, which weighs over 21 tons. The Ping An Finance Center is the fourth tallest building in the world, and is located in Shenzhen, China. It was designed to be energy efficient, with its double-layer glass curtain wall and use of natural lighting. Fun fact, the Ping An Finance Center also has a huge tuned mass damper, weighing over 12,000 tons, which helps reduce the building's sway during high winds. The Lotte World Tower is the fifth tallest building in the world, and the tallest in South Korea. It features an observation deck on the 123rd floor that offers a stunning 360-degree view of the city. The tower also boasts the fastest double-deck elevator in the world, which can travel from the basement to the 121st floor in just 1 minute. Thanks for joining us on this tour of the world's tallest skyscrapers. We hope you've enjoyed learning about these incredible structures and their fascinating facts. Until next time. Hello and welcome to our latest video exploring the world of abandoned engineering. Today we will be taking a journey through 5 incredible abandoned structures that have been forgotten by time. From the depths of the ocean to the heart of the desert, we will uncover the secrets of these marvels of engineering. Our first stop is the Mir mine in Russia. This enormous open-pit diamond mine was once the largest in the world, producing over 10 million carats of diamonds each year. However, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the mine was shut down and abandoned, leaving behind a vast crater that is over 1,200 meters deep and 525 meters wide. Our next stop is the Monselsea forts off the coast of England. Built during World War II, these anti-aircraft towers were used to defend against German bombers. After the war, the forts were abandoned and left to decay in the middle of the sea. Today, they stand as eerie reminders of a bygone era. Our third destination is the Hashima Island in Japan. This small island was once a bustling coal mining community with a population of over 5,000 people. However, when the coal industry declined, the island was abandoned and left to the mercy of the sea. Today, it is a ghost town that serves as a stark reminder of the fleeting nature of human progress. Our fourth location is the Salton Sea in California. Created by accident in 1905, this man-made lake was once a thriving tourist destination, with hotels, restaurants, and even an airport. However, due to pollution and a series of natural disasters, the lake has become a toxic wasteland, with abandoned buildings and boats dotting its shoreline. Our final stop is the Bezludza Monument in Bulgaria. Built during the communist era, this enormous concrete structure was meant to commemorate the founding of the Bulgarian Socialist Party. However, after the fall of communism, the monument was abandoned and left to decay. Today, it stands as a testament to the power of ideology and the fragility of political systems. And that concludes our journey through the world of abandoned engineering. These structures may be forgotten by time, but they still hold an incredible power to inspire and captivate us with their stories. Join us next time as we explore even more of the world's forgotten wonders. Thank you for watching. Since the advent of Facebook and Instagram, a lot of photos have been posted online. Among them, you can find some that cannot be explained logically. Why is this happening? Well, they depict supernatural phenomena such as ghostly objects, scary ghosts, or strange monsters. Here are 20 of the scariest photos in history. A ghostly demon is seen by a frightened nurse in an unknown hospital. It may seem that this picture shows only a woman in a park. But look at the man in the upper left corner. This photo was taken in a church in England. She has a white figure behind her. According to legend, it is the white lady who helps people in need. This photo was taken in 1919. And, according to witnesses, there is a ghost in it. You can see the face of a man between the soldiers. Apparently, this is Freddie Jackson, who died 2 days earlier. Everything seems to be fine. The friends stood for a memorable photo. Only one element is unpleasant: how many hands are there? People are talking calmly on the bridge, and someone is about to die below. Do you believe in time travel? This photo was taken in Canada in 1940. The man in the circle is different from the other people. Notice his clothes and glasses. The young girl is posing for the photographer. She has no idea that she is being followed by 2 men. When this photo was taken, only the driver was in the car. So who is the man sitting in the back seat? At first glance, this may seem like a typical family photo. Look closely and you will find something disturbing. It's a photo of a staircase with a frightening figure on it. Apparently, many ghosts can be found in this building. Another festive photo with a mysterious figure. This is probably the spirit of a little girl. In the foreground we see a beautiful boy and his smiling mother. But pay attention to the door in the background. These women are having fun, unaware that they are being watched. In the background, you can clearly see the outline of a figure and a handprint on the glass. This photo was taken in the 1950s. No one can explain who this terrifying faceless character is. Do you see 3 children in this photo? But take a closer look. You can also see a boy, whose outfit looks like 19th century clothing. It is one of the most popular photos in this series. A child character from a haunted house. This is an ordinary girl talking on the phone. Look at her feet. It seems like an ordinary house, but it also hides a dark secret. If you look closely, you will notice a scary face reflected in the window. Imagine that one day you are driving a car, look in the mirror and see something like that. Who could it be? Thank you for watching and see you in the next videos. There are many strange museums in the world that many people don't even know about. We offer you to get acquainted with the most interesting ones in our selection. Top List has collected 10 of the most unusual museums where visitors will not be bored. Hair Museum. The Hair Museum is located in a former pottery. And since 1979, it has accumulated 16,000 pieces of hair, which fill the walls and ceiling. The hair belongs to different women, and next to the strands are notes with their addresses. There is a legend that the owner of the pottery, Chaz Gallup, opened the museum because of an unhappy love affair. His beloved left him a lock of her hair as a souvenir. Gallup told this story to the visitors, and they also began to leave strands of their hair there. As a result, he had to open a whole museum. The Museum of Lies. The museum is called so because all the exhibits in it are fake. In 10 rooms you can find Van Gogh's severed ear, Hitler's mustache, a witch's broom, a radio from the Titanic, and Stalin's mop. It is advised to walk around the museum with a motto, "Don't believe your eyes." Museum of Broken Hearts. The museum was founded by a divorced couple to help people survive a breakup. People from all over the world bring here things that remind them of unsuccessful love experiences, letters, photos, toys. Plaques with stories hang next to them. For example, there is an axe in the museum that a girl used to chop up her friend's belongings. Museum of Pasta. The museum has 6 exhibition halls where you can see ancient agricultural. Underwater Museum. The exposition of this museum is on display at the bottom of the Caribbean Sea in the Cancun National Park. It is called Silent Evolution and reflects the history of mankind from ancient times to the present. To see more than 400 exhibits, you will have to scuba dive to a depth of 10 meters. Snowflake Museum. In Japan, there is the Snowflake Museum, which is located in ice caves. Only the most unique and inimitable of them get there. All snowflakes consist of 95% air and have a 6-cornered shape, but none of them is like the other. Museum of Dance. If you love dancing, check out the museum in Stockholm. The collection includes masks, costumes, posters, and books. It will tell you about the history of this art, as well as about national dances. Marzipan Museum. If you like sweets, go to the Marzipan Museum in Hungary. It has been open since 1994 and was founded by pastry chef Karoli Sabo. He studied his craft a lot and opened a shop. But there were few visitors. Then, as a joke, he made the main character of a popular cartoon at the time. After that, there was no end of visitors. Among the museum's exhibits are a map of Hungary, a portrait of Mozart, and the Budapest Parliament building. Museum of Death. There is a Museum of Death in Los Angeles for those who have seen it all. It contains exhibits that reveal the topic of the afterlife and everything related to it. Here you can see photos of devices for executions, pictures of car accidents, and crime scenes. The museum has a separate room with attributes for funerals and embalming. The faint of heart, children, and pregnant women are not allowed to enter this museum. Museum of Bad Art. Even those who draw so have a chance to show the world their work if it gets to the Museum of Bad Art in Boston. People from all over the world come here to see such creations. This museum was opened by antique dealer Scott Wilson. Lucy in the Field with Flowers was the first painting in the exhibition, and he found it in a garbage dump. That's it. Thank you for watching. Subscribe so you don't miss out on more cool stuff. People can't sit still and sometimes come up with crazy ideas for creating vehicles. The craziest and strangest cars in the world. People cannot sit still and sometimes come up with crazy ideas for creating vehicles. This article also presents the craziest ideas of transportation in the world. In the photo, the car is powered by 192 AA oxyrite cells. The car reached a top speed of 122 kilometers per hour, which is why it entered the Guinness Book of Records in August 2007. A car in the shape of a cricket bat. A solar-powered car built by a student from the Philippines. A tuned VAZ 2101 taxi on the streets of Havana. A German bike designer and his bike in the United States, Philadelphia. Another bicycle from the Netherlands, Myanmar. The most environmentally friendly car. Even trees grow under the hood, a tree car, Vancouver. The longest bus in the world? A Lego car assembled in Chicago from Lego. A shoe car in Hyderabad, India. An electric tricycle in Beijing, China. A car covered with reeds. Exclusive Mercedes was shown at the exhibition in Tokyo. Terrafugia Transition flying car with folding wings. A homemade copy of a Lamborghini for those who want to do it themselves. Tuning of the Fiat 500. Cardboard bicycle and its inventor, Israel. Unicycle, Shanghai. Crazy car or carriage on the outskirts of Shenyang, China. An ecological car made of bamboo, an electric car. The smallest car, microcar, Brooklyn. Amphibious car in Venice. Car billiard table. For billiard lovers. Homemade monster bike. Homemade large motorcycle. Car caterpillar. BMW snowmobile, Surgut. Hello! Today we're going to talk about 13 brutal serial killers. What makes people brutally kill their own kind? They look ordinary, but they like to torture and kill people. Dr. Harold Shipman. Harold Shipman was an English physician and one of the most horrific serial killers in the history of mankind, who was proven to have committed 250 murders. Dennis Rader. Dennis Rader was an American serial killer who murdered 10 people in Sedgwick County, Kansas, and Wichita, Kansas, between 1974 and 1991. He coined the nickname BTK, which refers to the way he killed his victims, bind, torture and kill, and sent anonymous letters to the police with each murder. Donald Henry Gaskins. In 1969, Gaskins became a serial killer, picking up hitchhikers on the highway and then torturing and mutilating his victims. In his autobiography, he referred to this series as the Coastal Murders. He was taken into custody in 1975 when Donald's accomplice went to the police and told them about the murder of 2 young men. Haskins confessed to killing 80 to 90 people, but this was not confirmed. He was sentenced to death, but while on death row he committed another murder. Fred and Rose West. Between 1967 and 1987, Fred West and his wife Rose tortured, raped and murdered at least 10 young women and girls, most in their home at 25 Cromwell Street, Gloucester, which was later dubbed the House of Horrors. Arthur Shawcross. Known as the Genesee River Killer, Shawcross committed his first murder in 1972, raping and brutally murdering a 10-year-old boy whom he lured into a wooded area in Watertown, New York. He then raped and murdered an 8-year-old girl, for which he was captured and charged with involuntary manslaughter. After serving 14 years in prison, he was released in 1988 and brutally murdered 12 prostitutes aged 22 to 59. Edmund Kemper was an American serial killer and necrophiliac who carried out a series of brutal serial murders in California in the 1970s. At the age of 15, he killed his grandparents and later murdered and dismembered 6 women hitchhiking in the Santa Cruz area. Later, he killed his mother and one of her friends, and surrendered to the police a few days later. In November 1973, he was convicted of 8 murders. Known as the Milwaukee Cannibal, Jeffrey Dahmer was an American serial killer who raped, murdered and dismembered 17 men and boys between 1978 and 1991. He was also a necrophiliac and ate his final victims by cooking them in the backyard of his home. Dennis Nielsen was a homosexual killer who murdered 15 men of non-traditional sexual orientation in his home in London between 1978 to 1983. He kept the bodies of his victims for some time, then burned them or flushed them down the toilet. Chinese-American serial killer Charles Ng is believed to have raped, tortured and murdered 11 to 25 people with his accomplice Leonard Lake at the latter's ranch in Calaveras County, California. They videotaped themselves raping and torturing their victims. Their crimes came to light in 1985 after Lake committed suicide when he learned that Ng had been caught shoplifting at a hardware store. Daniel Camargo Barbosa. This man was a Colombian serial killer who was believed to have raped and murdered more than 150 young girls in Colombia and Ecuador in the 1970s and 1980s. He calmly confessed to killing 71 girls in Ecuador after escaping from a Colombian prison. He led the police to the place where he collected the bodies of the victims. After raping the girls, he killed them with a machete. Andrei Chikatilo was a Soviet serial killer nicknamed the Rostov Butcher. Between 1978 and 1990, he raped and murdered at least 52 people, including women and children. John Wayne Gacy. Gacy raped and murdered 33 teenagers and young adults between 1972 and 1978 in Chicago, Illinois. He lured the victims to his home with the promise of money or a job, then strangled them with a tourniquet. He buried 26 of the victims in his yard and dumped the bodies of the next victims into the Des Plaines River. That's it. Subscribe to the channel and like this video. Be careful and see you in the next videos. Arthur Shawcross. Known as the Genesee River Killer, Shawcross committed his first murder in 1972, raping and brutally murdering a 10-year-old boy whom he lured into a wooded area in Watertown, New York. He then raped and murdered an 8-year-old girl, for which he was captured and charged with involuntary manslaughter. After serving 14 years in prison, he was released in 1988 and brutally murdered 12 prostitutes aged 22 to 59. Edmund Kemper was an American serial killer and necrophiliac who carried out a series of brutal serial murders in California in the 1970s. At the age of 15, he killed his grandparents and later murdered and dismembered 6 women hitchhiking in the Santa Cruz area. Later, he killed his mother and one of her friends, and surrendered to the police a few days later. In November 1973, he was convicted of 8 murders. Known as the Milwaukee Cannibal, Jeffrey Dahmer was an American serial killer who raped, murdered and dismembered 17 men and boys between 1978 and 1991. He was also a necrophiliac and ate his final victims by cooking them in the backyard of his home. Chinese-American serial killer Charles Ng is believed to have raped, tortured and murdered 11 to 25 people with his accomplice Leonard Lake at the latter's ranch in Calaveras County, California. They videotaped themselves raping and torturing their victims. Their crimes came to light in 1985 after Lake committed suicide when he learned that Ng had been caught shoplifting at a hardware store. Daniel Camargo Barbosa. This man was a Colombian serial killer who was believed to have raped and murdered more than 150 young girls in Colombia and Ecuador in the 1970s and 1980s. He calmly confessed to killing 71 girls in Ecuador after escaping from a Colombian prison. He led the police to the place where he collected the bodies of the victims. After raping the girls, he killed them with a machete. Hello! You've certainly walked along the picturesque alleys of parks more than once in your life, but I'm sure these will certainly impress you to the core. I invite you to visit the 10 strangest parks in the world and admire their extraordinary beauty. Park of 200 Buddhas, Laos. The bizarre sculptures and mysterious atmosphere of this park are mesmerizing at first sight. Buddha monuments, snakes, gods and mysterious mythical heroes are all the product of boundless imagination and skill of Bunlia Sulafat, one of the religious leaders of Laos. When you come closer to the statues, you are unwittingly surprised at how carefully the author has thought out every detail. All the figures have unique facial expressions, the images are thought out down to the barely noticeable folds on the clothes and scales on the skin of snakes. Some sculptures are 20 meters tall, and there are some that are no taller than a small child. The city of Nong Khai is 5 kilometers from the park, so tourists usually come here on bicycles. Green Lake, Austria. An unusual park in Tragois, Austria, is perhaps the only place on Earth where you can admire the usual land scenery underwater. Just imagine, you are scuba diving, and you meet underwater trees, benches, and paths trodden by someone. The fact is that in winter the lake in this park is quite shallow, only 2 meters deep, but in summer the reservoir overflows and floods everything around up to 10 meters high. This is what attracts avid divers here. Since the water in the lake is clear and clean, you can see fish and take pictures underwater until the onset of frost. Sinners Park, Thailand. In the Park of Sinners near Bangkok, you will see a terrible picture of hell on earth. Sculptures of suffering people, strange music, and an otherworldly voice telling about all sorts of horrors, fortunately, in Thai, are truly terrifying. Europeans often visit this place without children, but Thais bring their kids here for the sake of education. Space Reflection Park, Scotland. This unusual park is the result of the hard work of the couple Charles Jenks and Maggie Cheswick. Here you truly feel like just a grain of sand in the cosmic sea of the universe. Strange bridges, unconventional steps, and artificial hills complement the original aluminum figures. This park is definitely worth a visit for young dreamers and all space exploration enthusiasts. Creation Museum, USA. This is a museum where the biblical story is combined with a scientific hypothesis about the origin of all life on Earth. Here you can see huge dinosaurs in motion and a giant Noah's Ark, biblical relics and bones of long-extinct animals, most of them are real. Keukenhof Flower Park in the Netherlands. The park covers a huge area and is famous for its endless tulip fields. 32 hectares of the park contain more than 100 varieties of these amazing flowers. You feel like you are in the Garden of Eden when you visit this place. The park is open to tourists only in spring, from March to May. And in April, a spectacularly beautiful flower parade takes place here. Francisco Alvarado Park, Costa Rica. I invite you to the realm of amazing landscape design. Here you can admire majestic elephants, monkeys and other animals made of green cypress. But the main highlight of the park is a labyrinth of plants with luxurious green arches and giant moss-covered living sculptures. Jurong Bird Park, Singapore. The park is home to 9,000 birds from all over the world. Wandering through the local green labyrinths, one gets the impression that no one keeps birds in the park. They seem to live in the wild, because there are no cages or enclosures. Tourists are most fond of watching parrots. There are as many as 110 species of them. The pavilion with an artificial waterfall is also breathtaking. Among this beauty, there are 1,500 species of birds. The Kingdom of Dwarfs in China. One of the villages in China is inhabited exclusively by dwarfs. From time to time, they put on magical fairy tale costumes and give tours to tourists of their homes, which look like mushroom piles or trees. The park is also maintained by dwarfs. Although some people consider such excursions humiliating to small people, the park has gained immense popularity and brings in a lot of money for the local authorities. Chess Park in Japan. Residents of Osaka are very fond of the park dedicated to chess. The chess theme is everywhere in the park on benches, paths, playgrounds, and tables. So locals often come here with their children to have fun and play chess. All items are made of cheap and environmentally friendly materials. That's all we wanted to show you. Subscribe to the channel and like this video. See you in the next videos. travelers who come to any city are most often interested not in ancient monuments but in new or relatively new buildings. Tourists can be understood, often modern architects try to outdo each other in an absentee dispute with the classics and create truly incredible designs. Here are 10 of the most amazing buildings of the last century and a half. Dancing House, Prague, Czech Republic. This office building was erected in the mid-1990s and has since been one of the most popular buildings in the Czech capital. The deconstructivist-style complex was designed by architects Vlado Malunik and Frank Gehry. The building consists of two cylindrical towers symbolizing a dancing couple. Since Hollywood stars Ginger Rogers and Fred Astaire are considered to be the most famous choreographic duo, the building was humorously nicknamed Ginger and Fred. It seems that the dynamic and bold structure is really about to start dancing. Cubic Houses, Rotterdam, Netherlands. In the 1970s, Piet Blom came up with two cubic houses that were later built in Helmond. After some time, the architect was asked to develop something interesting for Rotterdam, and the maestro decided to use his idea a second time. According to the concept, each building symbolizes an abstract tree, and the entire complex is thus a forest. The lower level of the building is a living area, with a bedroom and a bathroom in the middle, and the upper level is used as an additional bedroom or living room. Hang Na Hotel, Đà Lạt, Vietnam. This amazing hotel, created in 1990, is far from all traditional architectural standards and looks more like the palace of a fairy tale character. It is characterized by unexpected curves, and none of its windows are perfectly square or round. Many people call the hotel a madhouse, tree hut or spider chalet. It is noteworthy that the hotel is owned by the daughter of the former president of Vietnam, who once studied architecture in Moscow. Central Library, Kansas City, USA. The building perfectly reflects what it contains. Since it is a library, one of the building's facades is made in the form of a bookshelf. The titles of literary works for the complex were chosen by the citizens themselves. As a result, you can see huge crusts on the walls of the building for The Lord of the Rings by John Tolkien and Romeo and Juliet by William Shakespeare. A giant bookshelf covers the boring wall of the library garage, built in 2006. Forest Spiral, Darmstadt, Germany. The 12-story building, built in 1998 to 2000, consists of 105 apartments and seems to wrap around the courtyard. On its roof there is a garden with beech, maple and linden trees, as well as a restaurant with magnificent views of the surrounding area. The building was designed by Austrian architect Friedensreich Hundertwasser, who is considered a master of irregular lines and the use of natural forms in design. In one of his interviews, he admitted that he considered straight lines to be the devil's tool. Unfortunately, the architect died in February 2000, a few months before the building was completed. Crooked House, Sopot, Poland. The building was completed in December 2003. The architects were inspired by the drawings and paintings of Polish artist and illustrator Jan Martin Schnausser and Swedish artist Per Dahlberg. When you look at the house, it seems that it was once normal, but at some point it started to melt. In other words, the structure is more reminiscent of a surrealist's fantasy than a real building. It is especially interesting to look at the Crooked House in the evenings when it is illuminated. Basket House, Newark, USA. This bizarre building, created in 1997, houses the office of the Longaberger Construction Company. Many experts tried to dissuade the owner of the company, Dave Longaberger, from implementing such an extravagant project, but the entrepreneur stood his ground. As a result, a giant basket worth $30 million appeared in Newark. The total area of the 7-story building is 16.7 thousand square meters. Palais Ferdinand Chevalier, or the Ideal Palace, Autrive, France. This amazing complex was built by just one person, not an architect, but an ordinary postman. It was Ferdinand Cheval. He spent 33 years, 1879 to 1912, on his bizarre creation. According to the self-taught architect, he managed to realize the project because he had a dream and willpower. Cheval was inspired by biblical and Hindu motifs. On the territory of the palace you can see sculptures of various deities, pilgrims, and temples. In addition, the building is decorated with towers and fountains. The complex is rightfully considered a model of naive architecture. Torre Galatea Figueres, or the Dalí Museum, Figueres, Spain. This is perhaps one of the most famous unusual buildings in the world. The surrealist complex was designed by the artist Salvador Dalí. The main feature of the building was eggs. The maestro considered them to be a symbol of life and installed huge copies of them around the perimeter of the entire structure. As for the building itself, it was originally a city theater, built in the middle of the 19th century. The Dalí Museum was opened in 1974 and has since been included in the compulsory excursion program for most tourists visiting Catalonia. Tianzi Hotel, Lanfang, China. The unique 10-story hotel consists of 3 figures symbolizing Chinese star elders. Their names are Fu, center, Lu, right, and Shou, left. These are key feng shui talismans that signify happiness, prosperity, and longevity, respectively. The hotel was built in 2000 to 2001 and immediately entered the Guinness Book of Records as the largest sculpture building. The height of the building is 41.6 meters. The windows of the hotel are hidden behind the patterned outfit of the starry elders. There are 2 entrances to the hotel on the right and left sides. Thank you for watching, subscribe to the channel and like this video. See you in the next videos. A woman with X-ray vision. A man who makes love to cars. A bodybuilder with muscles like the Hulk. It all sounds like something out of science fiction, doesn't it? But these people actually exist, and these are just a few of the amazing individuals from a huge list of unique human capabilities. Top List has made for you the top 10 strange and extraordinary people from around the world. The man with the biggest mouth in the world. Francisco Domingo Joaquim is an ordinary man from Angola with an extraordinary talent. He is the proud owner of the record of the man with the world's largest mouth. The size of his mouth is 17 centimeters, and he can fit anything in it, from a can of Coca-Cola to his wallet. The man who constantly kept his hand raised to the sky. Sadhu Omar Bharati raised his hand for the first time in 1973 in honor of god Shiva and has never lowered it since. The woman with the narrowest waist in the world. Michelle Kobko, a 26-year-old woman from Germany, narrowed her waist from 64 centimeters to 41 centimeters by wearing a corset every day for 3 years and even sleeping in it. Despite the fact that her waist is thinner even than that of models, she says she hopes to narrow her waist to a shocking 36 centimeters. A woman who remembers absolutely everything. Jill Price says that she can remember everything from her teenage years, such as what time she woke up, what she ate, who she met. All of these facts are stored in her brain and can be triggered by songs, smells, or places. She considers her peculiarity a curse because she cannot forget anything and it is a burden on her mind, not giving her a moment's peace. A soldier who has been hiding in the jungle for almost 30 years, believing that World War II is still raging. Nearly 43 years ago, a Japanese soldier who fought in World War II named Hiro Onoda was discovered in the jungles of Guam, where he had lived for nearly 3 decades. Ordered not to surrender under any circumstances, Hiro Onoda waged a one-man war and surrendered only when Major Yoshimi Taniguchi, who had long since become a bookseller, met with him in person to give the order. The real Hulk. Brazilian bodybuilder Romário dos Santos Alves wanted to have muscles like the Incredible Hulk so badly that he injected a potentially lethal mixture of oil and alcohol into his arm muscles. The 25-year-old risked his life in the process and narrowly avoided amputation of both arms. His excessively swollen muscles earned him cruel nicknames such as the Beast or the Monster. Grandma with the Devil's Horn. In 2010, a 101-year-old Chinese grandmother named Zhang Ruifang shocked her friends, family members, and the world when she made headlines around the world for growing a horn on her forehead like a devil. The girl with X-ray eyes. Natasha Demkina is known in Russia as the girl with X-ray eyes. She says she can see people's internal organs through their skin. She has convinced even her fiercest critics with her ability to make accurate medical diagnoses. The man who carried his twin brother in his belly. Bhagat, who lives in Nagpur, India, claimed that he had always felt insecure because of his large stomach. One day in 1999, 36-year-old Bhagat was rushed to the hospital because his stomach was so distended that he could barely breathe. Shocked, doctors discovered that inside Bhagat's abdomen was the half-formed body of a young boy, Bhagat's twin brother, who had never been born. The man who loved cars. Edward Smith from Washington, D.C., made headlines when he admitted to having sex with more than 1,000 cars. It may sound absurd, but this car lover lived with his 1967 Volkswagen Beetle, which he named Vanilla and which he considered his girlfriend. Thank you for watching. Like this video and subscribe to the channel. Hello, and welcome to Top List. In this video, we're going to take you on a journey to some of the world's most beautiful destinations. From breathtaking beaches to lush rainforests, these places will leave you speechless. So sit back, relax, and join us on this unforgettable adventure. The Seychelles is an archipelago of 115 islands in the Indian Ocean, off the coast of East Africa. With its crystal-clear waters and pristine beaches, it's the perfect place to unwind and enjoy nature. Visitors can explore the island's lush vegetation, swim with giant tortoises, and indulge in delicious Creole cuisine. Hawaii is a tropical paradise located in the Pacific Ocean. Known for its stunning beaches, volcanic landscapes, and rich culture, it's a popular destination for travelers from all over the world. Visitors can go surfing, hike through rainforests, or attend traditional Hawaiian ceremonies. Costa Rica is a small country located in Central America, known for its stunning natural beauty and biodiversity. With its lush rainforests, breathtaking beaches, and active volcanoes, it's a popular destination for adventure seekers. Visitors can go ziplining, hiking, or relax in hot springs. The Maldives is a tropical paradise made up of over 1,000 islands in the Indian Ocean. With its crystal-clear waters, white sand beaches, and vibrant marine life, it's a dream destination for snorkelers and scuba divers. Visitors can stay in overwater bungalows, indulge in spa treatments, and enjoy fresh seafood. Capri is a picturesque island located off the coast of Italy, known for its stunning scenery and luxurious lifestyle. Visitors can take a boat tour around the island, explore ancient Roman ruins, or relax on the beach. The island is also famous for its designer boutiques and high-end restaurants. St. Lucia is a small island nation located in the eastern Caribbean Sea. Known for its lush rainforests, volcanic mountains, and stunning beaches, it's a popular destination for honeymooners and nature lovers. Visitors can go hiking, ziplining, or simply relax in the sun. Bora Bora is a small island located in the South Pacific, known for its turquoise lagoons and white sand beaches. With its overwater bungalows, luxurious resorts, and vibrant marine life, it's a dream destination for couples and families alike. Visitors can go snorkeling, jet skiing, or simply relax in the sun. Crete is the largest island in Greece, known for its stunning beaches, rich history, and vibrant culture. Visitors can explore ancient ruins, hike through the mountains, or simply relax on the beach. The island is also famous for its delicious cuisine and traditional music. Phuket is a tropical island located in the Andaman Sea, known for its stunning beaches, vibrant nightlife, and rich culture. Visitors can go snorkeling, visit Buddhist temples, or simply relax in the sun. The island is also famous for its delicious street food and lively markets. As you can see, there's no shortage of incredible destinations to choose from for your next vacation. Whether you're looking for a relaxing beach getaway, an adventurous jungle trek, or a luxurious island retreat, there's something for everyone. So pack your bags and get ready to experience the world's most amazing destinations. And don't forget to share your travel stories and photos with us in the comments below. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. The use of torture has been known since ancient times as a means of punishment, intimidation, and obtaining confessions. In particular, various forms of torture were widely used in ancient Egypt, Assyria, ancient Greece, ancient Rome, and other ancient states. Torture was often used in the activities of the Inquisition. Today, top list bring to your attention 10 sophisticated tortures invented by people. Chinese bamboo torture. The world-famous method of horrific Chinese punishment. Perhaps it is a legend, because not a single documentary evidence has survived to this day that this torture was actually used. Bamboo is one of the fastest growing plants on Earth. Some of its Chinese varieties can grow as much as a meter in a day. Historians believe that the deadly bamboo torture was used not only by the ancient Chinese, but also by the Japanese military during World War II. The Iron Maiden. Like bamboo torture, many researchers consider the Iron Maiden to be a terrible legend. Perhaps these metal sarcophagi with sharp spikes inside were only used to frighten people into confessing to anything. The Iron Maiden was invented at the end of the 18th century, i.e. on the verge of the Catholic Inquisition. Scaphism. The name of this torture comes from the Greek scaphium, which means trough. Scaphism was popular in ancient Persia. The victim, most often a prisoner of war, was eaten alive during torture by various insects and their larvae that were not indifferent to human flesh and blood. The terrible pear. The pear lies there, you cannot eat it, is the saying about the medieval European instrument of education for blasphemers, liars, women who gave birth out of wedlock, and men of unconventional orientation. Depending on the crime, the tormentor would shove a pear into the sinner's mouth, anus, or vagina. The copper bull. The design of this death machine was developed by the ancient Greeks, or more precisely, by the coppersmith Perillus, who sold his terrible bull to the Sicilian tyrant Phalaris, who simply loved to torture and kill people in unusual ways. A living person was pushed inside the copper statue through a special door. And then Phalaris first tested the machine on its creator, the greedy Perilla. Later, Phalaris himself was roasted in a bull. Torture by rats. Rat torture was very popular in ancient China. However, we will look at the rat punishment technique developed by the leader of the Dutch Revolution of the 16th century, Diederik Sono. The Cradle of Judah. The Cradle of Judas was one of the most painful torture machines in the arsenal of the Supremo, the Spanish Inquisition. Victims usually died of infection because the seats of this torture chamber were never disinfected. The Judas cradle, as an instrument of torture, was considered loyal because it did not break bones or tear ligaments. Trampling by elephants. For several centuries, this execution was practiced in India and Indochina. The elephant is very easy to train and it takes a few days to teach it to trample on its huge feet. Daiba. Probably the most famous and unsurpassed death machine of its kind is the Daiba. It was first tested around 300 AD on the Christian martyr Vincent of Zaragoza. Anyone who survived the scourge could no longer use their muscles and turned into a helpless vegetable. paraffin in the bladder. A brutal form of torture, the exact use of which has not been established. How does it work? The candle paraffin was rolled out by hand into a thin sausage, which was inserted into the bladder through the urethra. The paraffin slipped into the bladder, where it began to deposit hard salts and other nastiness. Soon, the victim would develop kidney problems and die of acute renal failure. On average, death occurred in 3 to 4 days. That's it. The topic is not very easy, so write in the comments if you think we should do the next issue. Please like this video and subscribe to Khalil if you are new here. See you soon! Every decade, and maybe even every year, reveals new geniuses who create groundbreaking inventions in various fields. But there have also been significant technological breakthroughs, human inventions that have changed the world, dramatically improved people's lifestyles, made the world smarter, better, and sometimes even more fun. Ranking innovations is more art than science. Can you really compare a camera to an airplane, or other key human inventions that have changed our world? But while progress is growing, it is also exponential when one innovation enables dozens of others. The printing press allowed literacy to spread, and thinkers to share ideas and thus invent more things. Exponential growth is a process where the amount of growth, change, increases over time. Modern inventions tend to improve rather than transform the world, an app that connects the world better, airplanes that fly farther, faster. But there are still occasional great inventions, such as three-dimensional printing or the internet. Here are 10 such things that have changed the world. The steam engine, an invention without which there would be no cars. Inventor, James Watt. Although the first version of the steam engine dates back to the 3rd century AD, it was not until the turn of the 19th century and the advent of the industrial era that the modern form of the internal combustion engine appeared. It took decades of design. The engine drawing was made by James Watt to create a mechanism where high-temperature gas is released during fuel combustion, and when expanded, the gas presses on the piston and moves it. This phenomenal invention played a key role in the invention of other machines, such as automobiles and airplanes, which have changed the face of the planet we live on. The wheel, the oldest and most important of humanity's world-changing inventions. The ideas of a symmetrical component moving in a circular motion along an axis existed in ancient Mesopotamia, Egypt, and Europe separately in different time periods. Thus, it is impossible to establish who created and where the wheel first appeared, but this great invention appeared in 3500 BC and became one of the most important inventions that changed humanity. The wheel has been used to facilitate agriculture, transportation, and the discovery of other great inventions ranging from clocks to modern vehicles. The printing press, an invention that changed minds. Inventor, Johannes Gutenberg. Johannes Gutenberg invented the printing press in 1450. It wasn't until the 19th century that iron components replaced wooden parts to speed up the printing process. The Cultural and Industrial Revolution in Europe would not have been possible if it were not for the speed with which the printing press allowed documents, books, and newspapers to be distributed to a much wider audience across the continent. These manuscripts included the Bible and other important texts that allowed people to gain knowledge, research, and reason. Computer, invention that laid the foundation for fantastic discoveries. Inventor, Charles Babbage. The principle of the modern computer was first mentioned by Alan Turing. What is the Turing test? And then the first mechanical computer was invented in the early 19th century. This invention really brought about amazing things. It helped military aircraft fly fast, put spacecraft, the spacecraft of the future, into orbit, control medical equipment, create visual images, store huge amounts of information, and allowed cars, telephones, and power plants to function. The internet, the invention that lifted us above the physical world. Inventor, Vinton Cerf. The Internet was first developed in 1973 by Winton Cerf with the support of the U.S. Department of Defense's Advanced Research Projects Agency, RPA. Its original use was to provide a communication network in research laboratories and universities in the United States. This invention, along with the World Wide Web, is the main revolutionary invention of the 20th century. In 1996, more than 25 million computers were connected via the Internet in 180 countries. World Wide Web. Inventor, Tim Berners-Lee. As we know, the World Wide Web was first predicted by Arthur C. Clarke when he wrote that machines would one day bring the accumulated knowledge of the world to our fingers by combining the telephone, photocopier, television, and computer. However, the invention was made 19 years later in 1989 by CERN employee Tom Berners-Lee. The web has changed the way we work in various fields, including education, music, finance, reading, medicine, dating, and more. Television, top invention for entertainment and education. The invention of television cannot be attributed to a single person. It is generally believed that the invention of modern television is the work of two people, Vladimir Kazim-Zworykin, 1923, and Philip Farnsworth, 1927. Television has also been one of the greatest inventions that has evolved from mechanical to electronic, color, digital, smart, and now three-dimensional. People typically spend about 4 to 8 hours a day watching television, and television has not just changed the world, it has had a significant impact on family and social life. The light bulb, the best invention for our homes. Inventor, Thomas Alva Edison. The invention of the light bulb took place during the 1800s. Thomas Edison is considered the main inventor of the light bulb, which worked for 1,500 hours without burning out in 1879. Many other scientists also worked on the idea of creating a light bulb, but this was the first attempt to create a working and bright light bulb that revolutionized humanity's living environment. Penicillin, invention that changed medicine. Inventor, Alexander Fleming. Penicillin was accidentally discovered in petri dishes by Nobel Prize winner Alexander Fleming in 1928. Penicillin is a group of antibiotics that treats several types of infections in humans without causing harm. Penicillin was mass-produced during World War II to cure military personnel of venereal diseases and is still used as a standard antibiotic for infections. It was one of the most significant discoveries made in the field of medicine. Telephone. Inventor, Alexander Graham Bell. The inventions of mankind that changed the world would be incomplete without the telephone, as the phones of the future will be. In 1876, Alexander Graham Bell connected two cups with a string and used them to talk at one end and listen at the other. This laid the groundwork for another revolutionary invention that is today the gadget we all hold in our hands or pockets. The telephone, which later also became a cell phone, had a life-saving impact on humanity, especially in the field of business and communication. The spread of sound speech around the world is an unparalleled achievement to this day. We often think that the most basic things have already been invented. However, let's not forget that today our world is moving faster than ever before, and there is no doubt that new discoveries await humanity. They will add to our list of inventions that change the world, and maybe even push some of them off the top. Hello, and today we will continue to talk about the worst tortures that mankind has invented. You can watch the first part by clicking on the link in the corner of the screen. Also subscribe to the channel and like this video. Let's get started. Shiri, Camel Cap. A terrible fate awaited those whom the Zhuangzuangs, a union of nomadic Turkic-speaking peoples, took into slavery. They destroyed the slave's memory by a terrible torture, putting a broadcloth on the victim's head. This fate usually awaited young men captured in battle. How did it work? First, the slaves had their heads shaved, and every hair was carefully scraped off by the root. Executors slaughtered a camel and butchered its carcass. First of all, they divided its heaviest, densest neck part. Having divided the neck into pieces, they immediately stretched it over the shaved heads of the prisoners. These pieces stuck to the heads of the slaves like a band-aid. This was what it meant to put on a shiratini. After putting on the broadcloth, the doomed person's neck was chained in a special wooden log so that the test subject could not touch his head to the ground. In this form, they were taken away from crowded places so that no one could hear their frantic screams, and thrown there in an open field, with their hands and feet tied, in the sun, without water and without food. The torture lasted for 5 days. Only a few survived, and the rest died not from hunger or even thirst, but from unbearable, inhuman torment caused by the drying camel skin that was squeezed on their heads. Inexorably shrinking under the rays of the scorching sun, the camel's head was squeezed like an iron hoop. On the second day, the shaved hair of the martyrs began to sprout. The hard and straight Asian hair grew into the camel's skin, and in most cases, finding no way out, the hair bent and went back into the scalp, causing even more suffering. Within a day, a person would lose his mind. Only on the 5th day did the zhuangzhuang come to check whether any of the prisoners had survived. If they found at least one of the tortured alive, it was considered that the goal had been achieved. Those who underwent such a procedure either died, unable to withstand the torture, or lost their memory for the rest of their lives, turning into a mankurta, a slave who did not remember his past. The skin of one camel was enough to cover 5 or 6 broadside. Implantation of metals. Very strange torture was used in the Middle Ages. How did it work? A deep incision was made in a person's legs, where a piece of metal, iron, lead, etc., was inserted, and then the wound was sewn up. Over time, the metal oxidized, poisoning the body and causing terrible pain. Most often, the poor people tore the skin in the place where the metal was sewn and died of bleeding, dividing a person into 2 parts. This horrible execution originated in Thailand. It was used for criminals, mostly murderers. How does it work? The accused is placed in a hoodie woven from vines and stabbed with sharp objects. After that, his body is quickly cut into 2 parts. The upper half is immediately placed on a red-hot copper grate. This operation stops the blood and prolongs the life of the human part. A small addition, this torture is described in the book Justine, or The Successes of Vice by the Marquis de Sade. This is a small excerpt from a large text where de Sade allegedly describes the torture of the peoples of the world. But why allegedly? According to many critics, the Marquis was very fond of lying. He had an extraordinary imagination and a couple of delusions, so this torture, like some others, could have been a figment of his imagination. But we should not treat Donation Alphonse as the Baron of Munich. This torture, in my opinion, if it did not exist before, is quite realistic. Unless, of course, a person is drugged with painkillers, opiates, alcohol, etc., beforehand so that he or she does not die before his or her body touches the grate. Inflation with air through the anus. A horrific torture in which a person is inflated with air through the anus. There is evidence that in Russia even Peter the Great himself was guilty of this. Most often, thieves were executed in this way. How does it work? The victim was tied hand and foot. Then they took cotton and stuffed it into the poor man's ears, nose, and mouth. Bubbles were inserted into the anus, with the help of which a huge amount of air was pumped into the person, making him look like a balloon. After that, they plugged the person's anus with a piece of cotton. Then they opened 2 veins above the eyebrows, from which all the blood flowed out under enormous pressure. Sometimes the bound person was placed naked on the roof of the palace and shot with arrows until he died. Until 1970, this method was often used in Jordanian prisons. Palidro. The Neapolitan torturers lovingly called this torture palidro and were proud that this torture was first used in their native city. Although history has not preserved the name of its inventor, it was said that he was an expert in horse breeding and came up with an unusual device to tame his horses. Only a few decades later, those who liked to mock people turned the horse breeder's device into a real torture machine for people. The machine was a wooden frame, similar to a ladder whose crossbars had a very sharp angle so that when a person was placed on them with their back, they would cut into the body from the back of the head to the heels. The staircase ended with a huge wooden spoon, into which the head was placed, as if in a cap. Dead man's bed, modern China. The Chinese Communist Party applies the dead man's bed torture mainly to those prisoners who try to protest against illegal imprisonment by means of hunger strikes. In most cases, these are prisoners of conscience who have been imprisoned for their beliefs. How does it work? The hands and feet of a prisoner stripped naked are tied to the corners of a bed, which has a wooden board with a hole cut out instead of a mattress. A bucket for excrement is placed under the hole. Often, the person's body is also tied tightly to the bed with ropes so that he or she cannot move at all. A person stays in this position continuously for several days to weeks. In some prisons, such as Shenyang Prison No. 2 and Jilin Prison, police officers also place a hard object under the victim's back to increase the suffering. It also happens that the bed is placed vertically and the person hangs for 3 to 4 days, stretched by the limbs. These torments are compounded by forced feeding, which is carried out with the help of a tube inserted through the nose into the esophagus, into which liquid food is poured. This procedure is carried out mainly by prisoners on the orders of the guards, not by medical workers. They do it in a very rude and unprofessional manner, often causing serious damage to the internal organs of a person. This torture causes displacement of vertebrae, joints of the arms and legs, as well as numbness and blackening of the limbs, which often leads to disability. Clamp, modern China. One of the medieval tortures used in modern Chinese prisons is wearing a wooden collar. It is put on the prisoner, which makes him unable to walk or stand normally. The clamp is a board 50 to 80 centimeters long, 30 to 50 centimeters wide and 10 to 15 centimeters thick. 2 holes for the legs are made in the middle of the clamp. The victim wearing the clamp has difficulty moving, has to crawl into bed and usually has to sit or lie down, as the upright position causes pain and leads to leg injuries. Without assistance, a person with a brace cannot go to the bathroom or eat. When the person gets out of bed, the clamp not only puts pressure on the legs and heels, causing pain, but the edge of the clamp clings to the bed and prevents the person from turning in it. At night, the prisoner is unable to turn around, and in winter, a short blanket does not cover his legs. An even worse form of this torture is called crawling with a wooden clamp. The guards put a collar on a person and order him to crawl on the concrete. If he stops, he is beaten on the back with a police baton. After an hour, the fingers, toenails and knees bleed heavily, while the back is covered with wounds from the blows. Putting to the stake. A terrible savage punishment came from the East. The essence of this execution was that a person was placed on his stomach, one person sat on him to prevent him from moving, and another held him by the neck. A stake was inserted into the person's anus, which was then driven in with a mallet, then the stake was driven into the ground. The weight of the body forced the stake to enter deeper and deeper, and finally it came out under the armpit or between the ribs. Thank you for watching. See you next time. Hello! Top List is with you, and today we will continue to tell you about the most horrific tortures that mankind has invented. Spanish waterboarding. In order to best perform the procedure of this torture, the accused was placed on one of the varieties of the hanging or on a special large table with a raised middle part. Once the victim's hands and feet were tied to the edges of the table, the torturer would proceed in one of several ways. One of these methods was to force the victim to swallow large amounts of water with a funnel, then beat him on his inflated and curved stomach. Another form involved inserting a rag tube into the victim's throat, through which water was slowly poured, causing the victim to bloat and suffocate. If this was not enough, the tube was removed, causing internal damage, and then reinserted and the process repeated. Sometimes torture with cold water was used. In this case, the accused was lying naked on a table for hours under a stream of ice water. It is interesting to note that this type of torture was considered light, and the court accepted the confessions obtained in this way as voluntary and given by the defendants without the use of torture. Most often, this torture was used by the Spanish Inquisition to extract confessions from heretics and witches. Chinese water torture. A person was put in a very cold room, tied up so that he could not move his head, and in complete darkness, cold water was dripped very slowly on his forehead. After a few days, the person would freeze or go crazy. The Spanish chair. This torture tool was widely used by the executioners of the Spanish Inquisition and was a chair made of iron, on which the prisoner was seated, and his feet were placed in the pads attached to the legs of the chair. When he was in such a completely helpless position, a brazier was placed under his feet, with hot coals, so that his feet began to slowly roast, and in order to prolong the poor man's suffering, his feet were occasionally poured with oil. Another variant of the Spanish chair was often used, which is a metal throne to which the victim was tied and a fire was made under the seat, frying the buttocks. The famous poisoner Lavoisin was tortured on such a chair during the famous French poisoning case. Gridiron, great for torture by fire. This type of torture is often mentioned in the lives of the saints, both real and fictional, but there is no evidence that the gridiron survived until the Middle Ages and was used in Europe. It is usually described as a simple metal grate 6 feet long and 2.5 feet wide, set horizontally on legs to allow for a fire to be made under it. Sometimes the gridiron was made in the form of a rack to allow for combined torture. Saint Lawrence was tortured on a similar grill. This torture was used very rarely. Firstly, it was quite easy to kill the interrogated person, and secondly, there were a lot of simpler, but no less cruel tortures. Pectoral. In ancient times, a pectoral was a female breast ornament in the form of a bowl carved with gold or silver, most often covered with precious stones. It was worn like a modern bra and fastened with chains. In 1985, the pectoral was heated to red hot and, taking it with tongs, was put on the martyr's chest and held until she confessed. If the accused resisted, the torturers would reheat the pectoral, which had been cooled by the living body, and continue the interrogation. Very often, after this barbaric torture, charred torn holes remained in the place of a woman's breasts. Torture by tickling. With prolonged tickling, a person's nerve conduction increased so much that even the lightest touch caused first twitching, laughter, and then turned into terrible pain. If such torture continued for a long time, then after a while spasms of the respiratory muscles occurred and, eventually, the martyr died of suffocation. In the simplest version of torture, the interrogator was tickled in sensitive areas either with his hands or with hairbrushes or brushes. Stiff bird feathers were popular. They usually tickled the armpits, heels, nipples, groins, genitals, and in women, the breasts. In addition, torture was often used with the use of animals that licked a tasty substance from the interrogated person's heels. A goat was often used because its very stiff tongue, adapted for eating grass, caused very strong irritation. There was also a type of torture by tickling with a beetle, most common in India. A small beetle was placed on the head of a man's penis or on a woman's nipple and covered with half a walnut shell. After a while, the tickling caused by the movement of the insect's legs over the living body became so unbearable that the interrogated person confessed to anything. Crocodile. These tubular metal crocodile pincers were heated to red-hot temperatures and used to tear the tortured man's penis. At first, a few caressing movements, often made by women, or a tight bandage were used to achieve a steady, hard erection, and then the torture began. The serrated crusher. These jagged iron tongs were used to slowly crush the testicles of an interrogator. Something similar was widely used in Stalinist and fascist prisons. It's a terrible tradition. Actually, this is not torture, but an African rite, but in my opinion, it is very cruel. Girls aged 3 to 6 were simply scraped off their external genitalia without anesthesia. Thus, the girl did not lose the ability to have children, but was forever deprived of the opportunity to experience sexual desire and pleasure. This ritual is done for the good of women, so that they would never be tempted to cheat on their husbands. The blood eagle. One of the oldest tortures, during which the victim was tied face down and his back was opened, the ribs were broken off from the spine and spread like wings. Scandinavian legends claim that during such an execution, the victim's wounds were sprinkled with salt. Many historians argue that this torture was used by pagans against Christians, others believe that wives caught in infidelity were punished in this way, and still others claim that the blood eagle is just a scary legend. That's it for torture. Thank you for watching, subscribe to Top List and like this video. See you next time. Can an elite group of powerful players control the world, or do they really control the masses through their covert actions? Secret societies have existed around us for centuries. Rumors about their activities have been spreading for as long. Here are the top 10 most mysterious and powerful organizations. One of them poses an unprecedented danger to the world. The Hellfire Club. Founded in the 18th century, the Hellfire Club boasted the most famous socialites in England among its members. At first glance, it was just one elite social club. Behind the closed doors of the Hellfire Club, pagan rituals and sacrifices and orgies took place. The most famous member of the club was Benjamin Franklin, a prominent scientist and a major figure in the struggle for American independence. Evidence of the existence of a completely different Benjamin Franklin was found recently, under his house in London. On February 11, 1998, workers who were restoring the house made a terrible discovery. They found a human femur. Further excavations resulted in the bodies of 4 adults and 6 children. A forensic examination showed that all the remains dated from the time when Franklin owned the house. The bones showed signs of deliberate dismemberment, and holes had been drilled into one of the skulls. These are the victims of a secret society. According to rumors, the cult leader Aleister Crowley managed to skillfully preserve the Hellfire lifestyle in the 20th century. Majestic 12. The Majestic 12 is an organization so secretive that no person or government has ever possessed records that would confirm its existence. It has its origins in a secret order signed by American President Harry Truman. In it, he is said to have authorized the creation of a carefully selected group of America's top scientists. Majestic 12 took debris from downed UFOs and modernized them for use on Earth. The result was an unprecedented era of technological progress. In 1961, Kennedy took the presidency. Some are convinced Eisenhower warned the president about the mystery of Majestic 12 and the threatening growth of its influence. Kennedy is said to have sent several top-secret memos to CIA Director Allen Dulles asking him to disclose any information relating to extraterrestrial life. But Dulles also refused to cooperate. In 1963, Kennedy allegedly approached Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev to unite against the Majestic 12, which was growing in strength. And just 10 days after this agreement was reached, John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Knights of the Golden Ring. The Knights of the Golden Ring is a legendary group of Confederate Army officers who, after their defeat, vowed to ensure that the South of America would rise again. April 6, 1865. The American Civil War was coming to a bloody end. The Confederacy was in full retreat, and the southern capital of Richmond, Virginia, could fall at any moment. General Robert E. Lee sends President Jefferson Davis an urgent message of evacuation. It is said that the Knights of the Golden Ring were handed a train with gold bullion, the fate of which is still unknown. By the time Davis was captured, the gold had already miraculously disappeared. Many experts believe that the fortune was handed over to the Knights of the Golden Ring, who buried it and patiently waited for the day when they would rise again against the North. Rumor has it that Lincoln's assassin John Booth and the famous outlaw Jesse James were among its members. Until the gold is found, the existence and fate of the Knights of the Golden Ring will remain a mystery. Opus Dei. This Catholic organization, founded in 1928, claims that ordinary life is the path to bliss, given by God. But in practice, Opus Dei is far from ordinary. It practiced a strange, cruel ritual known as mortification of the flesh. During this ritual, members of the society would violently beat themselves to demonstrate bloody atonement for their sins. June 18, 1982. Blackfriars Bridge, London. Roberto Calvi, known as the Lord's Banker, is found dead, hanging from the base of the bridge. Calvi was the head of one of the largest banks in Italy, which had close ties to the Vatican and the Opus Dei organization. His death was called a suicide. But just 2 months later, Calvi's bank collapsed, owing more than $1 billion. Could it be that members of Opus Dei drove the bank into bankruptcy to demonstrate their power to anyone who might stand in their way? Or was it really a society that was quietly expanding its power and was willing to do anything to achieve its goals? Bohemian Club. This club has its origins in San Francisco. In 1892, it was created as a secret artistic association that held a festival in Bohemian Grove every summer. A few decades later, the guest list was expanded to include American presidents, CEOs, and Ivy League executives. It was then that the festival began to be called the Hidden Summit of the West. According to rumors, extremely strange rituals were held under serious security. One of them was the cremation of love ceremony, which was performed in front of a 12-meter-high carved owl figure. During the ritual, people in hoods sailed boats to the foot of the owl, spectators held torches, and ominous music blared from speakers. At the end of the ceremony, the effigy was placed on the altar and set on fire. The true meaning of this strange and slightly creepy ritual remains unknown. Skull and Bones. The infamous fraternity of Yale University. Skull and Bones was founded in 1832. Its members have always been the richest and most powerful people in America, from bankers and millionaires, congressmen and senators, to presidents such as George W. Bush and his son George H.W. Bush. Meetings of the Brotherhood are held in the tomb, a crypt-like room with a massive pentagram rumored to be carved into one of its stone walls. According to the New York Times, inside the tomb, members of the Skull and Bones may keep the real bones of the famous Apache warrior Geronimo. The Brotherhood is also rumored to possess the skull of Pancho Villa, a famous Mexican general who fought and lost the war against the United States. This strange environment had the greatest impact on Henry Stimson, the Secretary of War under Presidents Roosevelt and Truman. Stimson looked at the United States through the prism of the bloody years of World War II. He was in fact the architect of the Manhattan Project, which created the world's first atomic bombs, later dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The Bilderberg Club. This incredibly influential society of politicians, financiers and industrialists meets annually at the five-star Bilderberg Hotel in the Netherlands. Its members have included King Juan Carlos of Spain, U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, British Prime Minister Tony Blair, and German Chancellor Angela Merkel. The first meeting of the club took place in May 1954. Its goal was clear: to extend the political and economic influence of America and Europe around the world. The Bilderberg Group assures that it works only for the benefit of the entire planet. But if there is no reason to fear it, why do its members continue to meet behind tightly closed doors? Conspiracy theorists are convinced that with the help of organizations such as NATO, the World Trade Organization, and the International Monetary Fund, the Bilderberg Group is doing everything possible to change the world order so that all political and economic power is in the hands of the West. The Templars. Many experts believe that the Templars recovered the Ark in Jerusalem and took it to Europe. Others believe that they found the Holy Grail. The elite warriors of this knightly order, founded in the Middle Ages, stood in defense of Christian pilgrims traveling to Jerusalem. During the Crusades, they killed thousands of innocent Muslims. As a result, they opposed the Vatican authorities, who accused them of heresy. Papal troops hunted down and killed the Templars in the early 14th century. Today, their descendants are part of the Order of the Garter, which is led by none other than Prince Charles, heir to the British throne. Freemasons. Freemasons have their roots in the Masons' Guild, which existed in the Middle Ages. By the 1700s, Freemasons already had a powerful influence on the governments of Europe and America. The famous painting of George Washington wearing a Masonic garment illustrates the influence of the Masons during the American Revolution. It is believed that of the 39 people who signed the American Constitution, 13 were Masons. 14 American presidents were also members of this society, including Theodore Roosevelt, Harry Truman, and Gerald Ford. Experts have discovered many hidden structures in Washington, D.C., that confirm the influence of Freemasonry on the founding fathers of modern democracy. There are allegedly many senior Freemasons among the members of NASA. Some experts believe that the names, landing sites, and designs of the Apollo program are echoes of Masonic rituals and symbols. Conspiracy theorists claim that even the world-famous astronaut Buzz Aldrin took a Masonic flag with him during the first moon landing. With so many of their own people in the most influential positions in the world, is there anything that can stop the Masons from joining forces to gain power over the planet? The Illuminati. The most dangerous secret society of all time. This is a group whose scheme of world domination is incomparable. In 1774, the Illuminati Society was founded by the German philosopher Adam Weishaupt, who called for a free society with equal rights. But all this was just a smokescreen. In reality, this dark society aimed to destroy all governments and religions. And it was planned to achieve this by forcing the masses to divide into opposing political, social, and economic camps, similar to those that divide the world today. Subsequently, the Illuminati would provoke clashes between these groups, which would weaken them. The Illuminati used the divide and conquer method to ignite the French Revolution. As soon as the enemy camps lose strength, the Illuminati will intervene and quietly seize power. No one knows how the Illuminati Society was disbanded, but traces of their influence can be seen in countless conflicts over the past 200 years. Many believe that their last target was the United States of America. The seeds of discontent were sown to cause a terrible social and economic collapse. The $1 bill depicts occult symbols associated with the Illuminati. The inscription, translated from Latin, reads, "Our business's success, the New World Order." Today, the all-seeing eye is considered a symbol of the domination of the many by the will of the few. That's all for now. Thank you for watching. Subscribe to the channel and like this video. See you in the next videos. Cities can be dangerous, and not everywhere you can walk around without fear of trouble. In some parts of the world, going to the grocery store is like going on an adventure, with an unknown outcome. For obvious reasons, the most dangerous cities are not located in the most prosperous countries, although there are exceptions to this rule. The magnificent city of Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, has been considered one of the most dangerous in the world for many years. And in recent years, the situation has been getting worse and worse due to the hyperinflation of the Venezuelan currency and, as a result, the extreme impoverishment of the population. The Colombian capital Bogotá is not far behind. Here, unlike Caracas, there are safe areas during daylight hours. However, locals prefer not to carry even cell phones with them, because there is a high risk of parting with the device on a voluntary basis. Part of the problem is caused by the fact that almost 90% of Bogotá is occupied by slums, where you definitely shouldn't go. Ciudad Juárez, a Mexican city that ranks first in the world in terms of the number of murders per capita. Ironically, it is located on the opposite side of the river from El Paso, one of the safest cities in the United States. The capital of Honduras, Tegucigalpa, is also on the list of the most dangerous cities in the world. It is not recommended for anyone to go out at night, especially for people of European appearance, who can immediately be seen as foreigners. Tegucigalpa is constantly shaken by the wars of local gangs that share spheres of influence and territory. Johannesburg, located in South Africa, is not too far behind. In general, South Africa is still very tense, caused by the long-standing ethnic conflict between the black and white populations, and Johannesburg is considered the most dangerous city in the country. People of Caucasian appearance are doubly dangerous here, especially in the city center. The outskirts are more respectable and safe. There is a city in Pakistan called Karachi. It sometimes attracts particularly desperate expats because you can live well here for $400 to $500 per month, but all the advantages are negated by the fact that the former Pakistani capital is among the top most dangerous cities in the world. Contract killings, kidnappings, shooting in the streets, there is an abundance of all this. And again, South Africa. Only this time we will talk about the capital, Cape Town. The crime situation here is a little calmer than in Johannesburg, but still remains extremely tense. The country of Somalia has long since lost all signs of a state, falling apart into a handful of territories claiming independence. The city of Mogadishu, which is still the capital of Somalia, is a haven for pirates and robbers of all stripes. Even teenagers here are armed, and grenades and assault rifles are sold in the market alongside bananas and rice. The few hotels for foreigners are protected by round-the-clock and heavily armed guards, high walls and fortified machine gun towers. Brazil is generally unsafe. How can it be safe in a country where every city has terrible slums, favelas? It is dangerous everywhere, in Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo, and Brasilia, but the most dangerous Brazilian city is Maceió. This resort town only seems attractive in the photo, but in reality the number of murders per capita is off the charts. The Iraqi capital Baghdad has also long been firmly established in the ranking of the most dangerous cities in the world. Unfortunately, the city with a long history, insanely beautiful, has now turned into a seething cauldron, and its streets are still periodically hit by fighting. The most dangerous city in the world in all respects is San Pedro Sula, another city in Honduras. It has the highest murder-to-population ratio, and the police are virtually powerless. Even if you are an experienced and brave tourist, you do not need to go here. The Mexican resort town of Acapulco is sung in numerous frivolous songs. It is indeed very beautiful here, but tourists always attract those who do not mind living at their expense. The flow of tourists to Acapulco, by the way, does not subside, despite the fact that this city is one of the most dangerous in the world, according to statistics. Port Moresby, the capital of Papua New Guinea, is also not very hospitable. A hotel room covered with mold and equipped with a rusty fan costs about $100, and most of the streets are dangerous at any time of the day. The Colombian city of Cali is very beautiful, which attracts tourists who fly here like moths to a flame. In fact, the colonial architecture hides a dark reverse side of Cali, and this city disputes the most dangerous city in the country in Bogota. The country of El Salvador has a capital called San Salvador. Leaving aside the question of the richness of the imagination of the locals, let's just say that this city is the most dangerous in this country, and in terms of crime, it is comparable to the aforementioned Tegucigalpa. The Yemeni city of Sana'a has also been firmly entrenched in this dubious ranking for the past decade. The political instability of the state, coupled with its poverty, has led to the rapid development of crime in these parts. In the Republic of Guatemala, the capital is the city of the same name, Guatemala City, which is the most dangerous in this country. It is very beautiful, there is no doubt about it, but due to the country's poverty, neighborhood with Honduras and significant social stratification, it is very uneasy here. Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, is another place where you definitely shouldn't go if you don't want to suddenly part with your life. The Taliban still regularly organize terrorist attacks here, and foreigners are often the priority target. These are all the cities for today. There are still many more interesting facts and places to come, so subscribe to the channel and don't forget to like it. See you next time. They have trillions of dollars in their hands. These families have enormous combined wealth and influence global trade and even politics. Undoubtedly, their wealth and power were gained through strong family ties and hard work. But today these families can be called the most powerful in modern history. Many of them are the main characters in the conspiracy theory. Before we begin, please subscribe to the channel and like this video, we will be very grateful. The Rockefellers. The wealth of the Rockefeller clan is legendary. No one knows for sure the total amount of the family's wealth, but it is rumored to be between $1 trillion and $3 trillion. John Rockefeller, the first dollar billionaire in history, brought the clan fame. In the late 19th century, the family controlled 90% of the oil on the U.S. market. Almost all modern oil companies in America have their origins in the Rockefellers. 2 world wars only strengthened the family's wealth. It helped both Germany and the Allied coalition. Now, in addition to the banking and oil business, the Rockefellers are also actively involved in charity and cryptocurrency. Conspiracy theorists consider the family members to be the heads of a secret world government and supporters of the idea of the Golden Billion. The Morgans. Fans of various political theories assume that the Morgan clan determines the political course of the United States and controls all the banks in the world. The ancestor of the Morgan clan, John Pierpont Morgan, founded the first financial empire in the United States. He was an arms dealer during the Civil War, for which he almost went to trial. And in 1907, he prevented the collapse of the banking system. To this day, members of the Morgan clan continue to be the most influential bankers. Their banks have branches not only in the United States but also in Europe. Family members ran the General Motors and General Electric companies. Saudis. The Saudis are a royal dynasty that has ruled Saudi Arabia since 1932. Today, the head of the family is King Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, and the total number of Saudis reaches 25,000 people. The head of the family has almost absolute political power, and family members hold important government and military positions. Saudis can take any position within the country. The family holds 20% of the world's oil reserves. The Rothschilds. The Rothschilds were one of the richest families already under Napoleon I. The dynasty was founded by Amschel Mayer Rothschild. In Germany, he built a large banking business and created his financial empire. When he died, Amschel left his heirs a will in which he outlined his views on the management of the empire. And for more than 200 years, the Rothschilds have been following these rules. There are various rumors and theories surrounding the family. Some claim that the family controls all the wealth of the world and financial institutions. Others say that it is the Rothschilds who encourage and sponsor most wars. The current fortune of the Rothschilds is estimated at about $2 trillion. They are engaged in investments, trading, and banking. The family owns several vineyards, oil, and natural gas companies. The Baruchs. The Baruchs' fortune is smaller than that of the Rothschilds and Rockefellers, but their influence is much greater. The founder of the Baruch clan, Bernard Baruch, was an advisor to 5 U.S. presidents and a great friend of Winston Churchill. It was he who coined the term Cold War and led the project to create the atomic bomb and the International Atomic Energy Agency. Baruch is credited with creating the idea of a world government. Little is known about the heirs to Baruch's empire. He had 2 daughters and a son. His son Bernard Baruch Jr. died in the 90s of the last century. There is no reliable information about Bernard's grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Rumor has it that they are being deliberately hidden, but the Baruchs are still in charge of the US government. The Waltons. In 1962, entrepreneur Sam Walton opened the first Walmart store. And thus, he entered the list of the richest people in the world. Over time, the Walmart chain of stores became the largest in the United States. After Sam Walton's death, his wife and 4 children took over the company. In addition to the supermarket chain, the Waltons run Arvest Bank. They own a collection of artworks and a family charity foundation. The Murdochs. The Murdoch family media moguls began building their empire in Australia. Keith Murdoch was a political columnist for a Melbourne newspaper. He was appointed editor-in-chief. Over time, Keith increased the circulation of the newspaper and became the CEO. His son Rupert also became a journalist. Having taken over the leading Australian publications, Murdoch created the News Corporation Media Holding. Today, the Murdochs own the 20th Century Fox Film Company, Fox News, the MySpace social network, and the Dow Jones Stock Company. The News Corporation was accused of illegal wiretapping of the royal family and celebrities, as well as bribing police and intelligence officers. Rupert is a very popular personality in pop culture. He became the prototype of the villain in the Bond film Tomorrow Never Dies, the prototype of media mogul Logan Roy in the TV series The Heirs, and was mentioned in the TV series The Big Bang Theory and The Simpsons. Oppenheimers. The Oppenheimers own most of the world's diamond and gold reserves. The founder of the clan, Ernest Oppenheimer, moved to Kimberley, South Africa. There he first became the mayor of the city and then headed one of the diamond mining companies. Soon, Ernest captured the global diamond mining and sales market. Today, the diamond empire is run by Ernest's grandson, Nick Oppenheimer. The family is engaged in the extraction and sale of not only diamonds, but also gold, iron ore, platinum and industrial minerals. The Pritzkers. The family of Jewish immigrants moved from Kiev to Chicago in 1881. The Pritzkers own the Hyatt Corporation. It is a hotel company that sells hotels and resort tours. The corporation includes 777 hotels in 54 countries. The Pritzkers founded their award in the field of architecture. They now live in Chicago, where they have formed their own school of architecture. In many ways, the family determines the appearance of the city. That's it. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next videos. Hello, everyone. A state border is usually associated with heavily armed border guards, snarling sheepdogs, barbed wire, and strict passport control. But not everything is so simple. Between many countries, the border is a purely symbolic line that runs along the sidewalk or divides a country road. Before we begin, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. It is very important to us. Let's get started. Belgium, Netherlands. We entered a cafe in the Netherlands and left a cafe in Belgium. Brazil, Uruguay. Here, the border between countries runs right along the sidewalk. On the left is Brazil, on the right is Uruguay. Norway, Sweden. This is what the descent on the border between Norway and Sweden looks like. Sweden, Finland. You can play golf on the border between Sweden and Finland. Germany, Czech Republic. The majestic border between Germany and the Czech Republic. The view alone is worth it. Canada, USA. The border between the United States and Canada runs through the town of Derby Line right through the buildings. Russia, USA. This is an island between Russia and the United States. The island is 35 kilometers away from both Chukotka and Alaska. Despite this, the time difference is 21 hours. Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay. Argentina on the left, Brazil on the right, and Paraguay in the middle. Nepal, China. The border between Nepal and China runs right along Mount Everest. Germany, Netherlands. The border between Germany and the Netherlands is marked by a metal strip in the Euroroad Business Center. And, although mailboxes are located on both sides of the border, letters reach their recipients only after a week. China, Mongolia. There is nothing unusual on the border between China and Mongolia. It's just dinosaurs kissing. Poland, Ukraine. The giant fish between Poland and Ukraine symbolize the conventionality of the borders between the countries. Their creator is Polish artist Yaroslav Koziara. That's all for today. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and like this video. Write which border impressed you the most. See you next time. Hello, everyone. In today's video, we're going to talk about prisons. But they are unusual. Many countries have abandoned the terrible and gloomy prisons. Criminals are not punished there, they are simply isolated from society, hoping that they will really reform during their imprisonment. Before we begin, please like this video and subscribe to the channel, it is very important to us. This list includes the most luxurious prisons that look more like comfortable hotels. Soft sofas, video games, exercise equipment, cooking classes, that's the life of crime. Bastøy, Norway. A small colony, about 100 prisoners, is located on a picturesque island in the Oslo fjord. Prisoners live in separate cottages and work on a local farm, and in their free time they sunbathe, play tennis, fish and ride horses. Addiewell, Scotland. A kind of prison college, prisoners are required to study at least 40 hours a week. Fortunately, there is everything for this: comfortable classrooms, computer labs, multimedia boards and, of course, good teachers. In this way, criminals are guided to the right path and prepared for a normal life on the outside. Why go back to stealing if you have a red law degree? Otago, New Zealand. In addition to comfortable cells, this prison pleases criminals with a variety of courses. Here you can learn culinary arts, animal husbandry, foreign languages, and other useful things. Leoben, Austria. Only those who are not involved in violence, for example, thieves, are imprisoned here. Everyone has a separate cell with a bathroom, a small kitchen, and a TV. There is also a gym with exercise equipment, a basketball court, and a small cozy park. Aranjuez, Spain. A prison that takes care of the prisoner's family happiness. There are special children's rooms where prisoners can play with their children. The time of visits is not limited in any way, it is only required that the prisoner appear at the morning and evening roll call. Sollentuna, Sweden. I woke up, made breakfast in the state-of-the-art kitchen, went to the gym with a variety of machines, then lounged on the couch with my friends in front of the TV and returned to my room to play video games. This is what a typical day looks like for a prisoner in this prison. Halden, Norway. The prison where the terrorist Anders Breivik is currently imprisoned. In general, the same as in other prisons on this list: comfortable cells, separate showers, a shared kitchen, and lots of entertainment. Among the unusual things are a climbing wall and a recording studio with musical instruments. Breivik is still too busy studying remotely at the University of Oslo, but in the future he may well start recording songs. So that's the way it is with prisoners. Let us know what you think in the comments. Thank you for watching and see you in the next videos. crashes that changed aviation. A series of tragic accidents have forced aircraft manufacturers and airline regulators to make changes that ensure flight safety today. Before you watch the video, subscribe to the channel and like this video. It is very important for us. Grand Canyon, TWA, and United Airlines flights. On June 30, 1956, two planes flew out of Los Angeles International Airport, a United Airlines Douglas DC-7 bound for Chicago and a Trans World Airlines Lockheed L-1049 Super Constellation bound for Kansas City. The two planes collided in the skies over the Grand Canyon. All 128 passengers and crew members on both flights died. The crash spurred the industry to upgrade the air traffic control system and forced a $250 million investment, an impressive sum in those days. The crash also led to the creation of the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, in 1958 to oversee flight safety. However, further improvements were implemented after a small private plane flew into the Los Angeles Terminal Control Area and crashed into a DC-9 on August 31, 1986, killing 86 people. The FAA subsequently required small planes entering the airport control zone to use transponders that would relay coordinates and flight altitude to air traffic controllers. In addition, airliners were required to have a Class 2 collision avoidance system that signals the potential for an aircraft to collide with another aircraft, also equipped with a transponder. The system advises pilots to climb or descend. Since then, no small aircraft in the U.S. have collided with airliners. Portland, United Airlines Flight 173. On December 28, 1978, a DC-8 approaching Portland with 181 passengers on board circled near the airport for an hour while the crew tried in vain to fix a problem with the landing gear. Although the flight engineer gently warned of the rapidly dwindling fuel supply, the captain, who one investigator later called an arrogant son of a bitch, waited too long to begin his final approach. The DC-8 ran out of fuel and crashed in a suburb, killing 10 people. In response, procedures for crew interaction in the cockpit were changed. Cockpit resource management. Abandoning the traditional captain is God airline hierarchy, the new rules emphasize teamwork and communication among crew members. These rules have since become the industry standard. Cincinnati, Air Canada Flight 797. The first signs of malfunction on Air Canada Flight 797 in a DC-9 flying at 10 kilometers on its way from Dallas to Toronto on June 2, 1983, were streams of smoke from the lavatory. Soon thick black smoke began to fill the cabin and the plane was forced to begin an emergency descent. Barely able to see the instrument panel over the smoke, the pilot landed the plane in Cincinnati. But shortly after the doors and emergency exits were opened and people prepared to get out, there was an explosion. 23 of the 46 people died. The FAA subsequently required that the aircraft toilets be equipped with smoke detectors and automatic fire extinguishers. Within 5 years, all airliners were upgraded to include firefighting devices in seat cushions and floor lighting so that passengers could see the direction to the exits in the thick smoke. And the cabins of planes built after 1988 were made of fire-resistant materials. Dallas-Fort Worth, Delta Airlines Flight 191. On August 2, 1985, Delta's Lockheed L-1011 airliner was approaching landing. At Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, a thunderstorm was raging in the runway area. Lightning flashed near the plane at an altitude of 250 meters and it encountered a strong localized wind gust, a downward shear and a sudden change in airflow that caused the plane to lose 54 knots of speed in a matter of seconds. Quickly diving downward, the L-1011 hit the ground about a mile from the runway, bounced off the highway, crushing a car and killing the driver. The plane then crashed into two huge water tanks. On board, 134 of 163 people died. The crash marked the beginning of 7 years of NASA/FAA research that led to onboard wind shear radar sensors, which became standard equipment on airliners in the mid-1990s. Since then, only one wind shear accident has occurred. United Airlines Flight 232 was flying from Denver to Chicago on July 19, 1989. During the flight, the DC-10 engine failed, causing the hydraulic lines to rupture and rendering the plane virtually uncontrollable. The ensuing events were a terrible ordeal for the 296 people on board. Captain Alfred Haynes struggled to land at the nearest airport, but as he made an emergency landing, the wide-body craft flew beyond the runway and caught fire. The fact that all 185 passengers on board survived was considered a miracle. The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, later determined that the accident was caused by mechanics failing to locate a crack in the fan disc. The incident led to the FAA requiring redundant safety systems on all future aircraft and changing the way engines were tested. When a 19-year-old Boeing 737 on a short flight from Hawaii to Honolulu leveled off on April 28, 1988, most of its fuselage tore off at an altitude of 7 kilometers. Dozens of passengers found themselves, shall we say, out in the open. Miraculously, the rest of the plane held on long enough for the pilots to land. Unfortunately, the flight attendant died. He was thrown from the plane. The NTSB attributed the accident to a combination of corrosion and fatigue damage as a result of repeated cycles of increasing and decreasing pressure during more than 89,000 flights of the plane. In response, the FAA initiated an aircraft aging research program in 1991 that tightened inspection and maintenance requirements for aircraft with heavy use and high cyclic loads. After that, there was only one plane crash in the US related to metal fatigue. The airplane remains the safest mode of transportation, just as nuclear neognetics is the safest in the world. But the catastrophes associated with them have a strong emotional response from the simultaneous death of a huge number of people. Thank you for watching, subscribe to the channel and like this video. See you soon! This video was created by Popular Mechanics magazine. The underwater world is unpredictable, mysterious, and vast. We have only met a small number of the amazing and fascinating fish that live in the depths of the ocean. In fact, the variety of living creatures in the ocean is as vast as the ocean itself. And ocean scientists are still discovering new species of marine life. The underwater world is mysterious and unique. It holds secrets that have not yet been solved by humans. We invite you to meet unusual marine creatures, plunge into the unexplored depths of the water world and see its beauty. And before watching, please like this video and subscribe to the Top List channel, it is very important for us. Medusa atala. The extremely beautiful atoll jellyfish lives at a depth where sunlight does not penetrate. When in danger, it can glow, attracting large predators. Jellyfish do not seem tasty to them, but their enemies are eaten with pleasure. This jellyfish is capable of emitting a bright red glow, which is the result of the breakdown of proteins in its body. As a rule, large jellyfish are dangerous creatures, but you shouldn't be afraid of the atoll, because its habitat is where no swimmer can reach. Blue angel. This very tiny mollusk has rightfully earned its name. It seems to float on the water surface. To become lighter and stay near the water's edge, it sometimes swallows air bubbles. These unusual creatures have an unusual body shape. They are blue above and silver below. Nature has provided such a camouflage for a reason. The blue angel goes unnoticed by birds and marine predators. A thick layer of mucus around its mouth allows it to feed on small, poisonous sea creatures. Sponge harp. This mysterious marine predator is not yet well understood. Its body structure resembles a harp, hence the name. The sponge is sedentary. It clings to the sediment of the seabed and hunts by sticking small underwater inhabitants to its sticky tips. The harp sponge covers its prey with a bactericidal film and gradually digests it. There are individuals with 2 or more blades connected in the center of the body. The more blades, the more food the sponge catches. Dumbo octopus. The octopus got its name because of its resemblance to the Disney character Dumbo the elephant, although it has a semi-studded body of rather modest size. Its fins resemble elephant ears. He waves them when he swims, which is very funny. The octopus's movements are facilitated not only by its ears but also by the peculiar craters located on its body, through which it releases water under pressure. Dumbo lives at a very great depth, so we know very little about him. His diet consists of all kinds of mollusks and worms. Crab eaters. The name of this animal speaks for itself. The crab, covered with white shaggy hair, does indeed resemble Bigfoot. It lives in cold waters at a depth where there is no access to light, so it is completely blind. These amazing animals grow microorganisms on their claws. Some scientists believe that the bacteria are needed by the crab to cleanse the water of toxic substances, while others suggest that the crabs grow their own food in their bristles. Short-barked hatchet. This fashionable fish with bright red lips cannot swim at all. Living at a depth of more than 200 meters, it has a flat body covered with a shell and flipper legs, thanks to which the short-nosed netapir slowly walks on the bottom. It gets food with the help of a special outgrowth, a kind of retractable fishing rod with a smelling bait that attracts prey. Its inconspicuous color and spiked shell help the fish hide from predators. Perhaps it is the funniest animal among the inhabitants of the world's oceans. Sea slug Felomere picta. Felomere picta is a species of sea slug that lives in the waters of the Mediterranean. It looks very extravagant. Its yellow-blue body seems to be surrounded by a delicate airy ruffle. Felomere picta, although a mollusk, does not have a shell. And why would it need one? In case of danger, the sea slug has something much more interesting. For example, acidic sweat secreted on the surface of the body. Anyone who tries to eat this mysterious mollusk will be in trouble. Mollywood flamingo language. This creature is found on the western coast of the Atlantic Ocean. With its brightly colored mantle, the mollusk completely covers its monochromatic shell and thus protects it from the negative effects of marine organisms. Like an ordinary snail, the flamingo tongue hides in its shell in case of impending danger. By the way, the mollusk got its name due to its bright color with characteristic specks. It prefers to eat poisonous gongonaria. While eating, the snail absorbs the poison of its victim, after which it becomes poisonous itself. Deciduous sea dragon. The sea dragon is a true virtuoso of mimicry. It is covered with foliage that helps it to appear invisible against the background of the underwater landscape. It is interesting that such abundant vegetation does not help the dragon to move at all. Only two tiny fins located on its chest and back are responsible for its speed. The leaf dragon is a predator. It eats by sucking in its prey. Dragonfish feel comfortable in the shallow waters of warm seas. These marine inhabitants are also known as excellent fathers, because it is the males who bear and take care of their offspring. Salps. Salps are invertebrate marine inhabitants that have a barrel-shaped body, through the transparent shell of which internal organs are visible. In the ocean depths, the animals form long chains colonies that can be easily broken even by a slight wave impact. Salps reproduce by budding. Kalmar pig. This amazing and little-studied underwater creature resembles Piglet from the famous cartoon. The completely transparent body of the piglet squid is covered with pigment spots, the combination of which sometimes gives it a funny look. Around the eyes are so-called photophores, organs of luminescence. This mollusk is leisurely. It's funny that the pig squid moves upside down, which makes its tentacles look like bangs. It lives at a depth of 100 meters. Tape wall. This underwater inhabitant is quite unusual. During its life, the ribbon moray eel can change its sex and color 3 times, depending on the stages of its development. Thus, when an individual is still immature, it is colored black or dark blue. Growing up to 100 centimeters, the moray eel turns into a male and becomes blue, and at the peak of maturation, the unique fish turns out to be a female and acquires a bright yellow color. Its body has no scales and is covered with bactericidal mucus, its nose resembles two delicate petals, and its mouth is always wide open, which gives the fish a formidable appearance. In fact, the moray eel is not aggressive at all, and keeps its mouth open because of underdeveloped gills. Fish crap. Drop fish is enough. Christmas tree worm. Would you think that these unusual Christmas trees are worms, though not ordinary ones, but marine multi-branch worms? Their shape and bright color make these creatures look elegant and unique. The bristles look very much like feathers, but they are only digestive and respiratory organs, and the body is a lime tube. The Christmas tree worm is a homebody. It spends its entire life in the hole of a coral, where it once gets sucked in, considering it the most suitable place for its existence. Thank you for watching. Subscribe, comment, like this video. See you in the next videos. The depths of the sea are full of amazing secrets and inhabited by no less amazing living creatures, which we will discuss today. Messinicatutha shamiltoni is the name of the giant Antarctic squid. Until recently, it was a legend in fiction, until the largest mollusk was found in 2007. It was caught by fishermen from New Zealand off the coast of Antarctica. The squid was 10 meters long and weighed almost half a ton. After studying the mollusk, scientists found out an incredible fact: its digestive system passed through the brain. The black goby is a fish that can swallow food weighing twice its own weight. The balanus or mustachioan crayfish is also called a sea tulip or acorn. At birth, it resembles a water flea. As a result of its initial development, it grows 14 legs and 3 eyes, and then 24 legs and eyes disappear. These creatures live by attaching themselves to hard objects. Mantis crayfish live in tropical and subtropical seas. They have the most complex eyes in the world. While humans can distinguish between 3 primary colors, these creatures can see as many as 12. They can also see infrared and ultraviolet rays. Interesting facts about marine life relate to their unique hunting methods. For example, the sea devil attracts prey with an antenna that resembles a worm. The only animal that can literally turn its stomach inside out is the starfish. Thus, when approaching prey, mollusks, it pulls its stomach through its mouth, covering the prey's shell. This contributes to the slow digestion of food outside the starfish's body. The flying fish makes amazing flights over the water thanks to its well-developed lateral fins. The swordfish is the fastest fish, capable of accelerating up to 130 kilometers per hour. The number of taste receptors in the human tongue ranges from 2 to 8,000. Catfish have much more of them, about 100,000 throughout their bodies. And the larger the fish, the more receptors it has. Large representatives can have up to 200,000 of them. Despite its frightening appearance, a long, straight horn, the narwhal is a rather good-natured creature that lives in the Arctic waters. The dreaded warthog or Synancia is known for its most poisonous fin spines. Every third person dies 3 hours after being stung by it. Sonar allows dolphins to move, hunt, and even communicate. Thanks to it, mammals emit high-frequency sounds that create a picture of the environment. Write in the comments which sea creature you like the most. Subscribe and like the next video. Thank you for watching and see you in the next videos. The world of animals is rich in different species, beautiful, amazing, and scary. We decided to focus on some of the most beautiful representatives of the world's fauna. It's hard to disagree that their appearance is mesmerizing. Take a look at 10 beauties from the natural world. Arctic foxes are not only white but also black in color, but you must admit that white ones look like the heroes of a winter fairy tale. Arctic foxes are very small. The weight of an adult animal ranges from 3 to 9 kilograms. Arctic foxes are predators. They look for prey under the snow. Unfortunately, the soft and delicate fur of the Arctic fox is actively hunted. Their fur is highly valued. A Baltic horse. The appearance of these horses is striking and admirable. Their coat has an unusually beautiful shimmer, and the horses themselves are slender and graceful. This is the oldest breed of horse and one of the few purebreds. These horses were not mixed with other species. Amur tiger. These majestic beauties are listed in the Red Book and are marked as an endangered species. They are the largest species of tiger. They have thick and long hair. They are strong and sturdy. The Amur tiger is able to instill fear in anyone who looks at it. And this is not surprising. The size of this animal is impressive. Dolphins belong to the cetacean family and are among the smartest animals on the planet. They can be trained. They like to make contact with humans and try to communicate. Dolphins are affectionate and sociable, and they are used in special therapy to help treat serious illnesses, especially in children. Lynxes look very similar to cats, but they are much larger than our pets. A lynx can reach a length of 120 centimeters and weigh 20 to 25 kilograms. Lynxes are easily distinguished by their tassels on the ears. These beautiful cats are predators. They hunt in the mountains, ponds, and trees. They are not afraid of any conditions. Polar wolf. These beautiful wolves live in the Arctic and tundras, a habitat that requires unprecedented endurance. Polar wolves can live for months without sunlight in the permafrost, and these extraordinary animals can survive for several weeks without food. They eat almost anything, as there is not much to choose from in the eternal cold. Polar bears are one of the largest predators among mammals. These animals can weigh up to half a ton, and their length at the withers can reach 2.5 meters. Polar bears are not always necessarily white. The color of their fur can be bright milky, yellow, off-white, etc. It depends on external factors. These bears are good hunters and swimmers. They swim easily and can easily walk on ice. Snow leopard or iris. This large cat lives in unfavorable natural conditions among cold, wind, and snow. However, this does not frighten the snow leopard, as its long and strong body is reliably protected by its thick fur. Snow leopards are excellent hunters, despite the fact that their paws are rather small. It is commonly believed that foxes are cunning, and there is some truth to this. Foxes are able to adapt to the most unfavorable conditions. This is why foxes can be found in America, Eurasia, and Africa. Foxes are very smart. They have good hearing and memory. The puma is another member of the cat family. This large predator can reach a length of 180 centimeters and weigh about 100 kilograms. Most often, the puma hunts deer. This beautiful predator lives in America and is not afraid of a variety of conditions. They can safely climb rocks and trees. Animals are beautiful. Take care of them. Thank you for watching. Write which animal you like the most from our selection. Subscribe to the channel and like this video. See you next time. Despite the harsh wording of the collection's title, there are a lot of fans of this specific genre. First, these are mostly detectives, and almost everyone loves them. Secondly, such projects often have enough thriller, mysticism, and psychology in them, simply due to the subject matter of the series. We have collected the best examples of the genre, both Hollywood and European, primarily, of course, Scandinavian and British. The order of the series in the selection does not matter. The Mentalist. Patrick Jane used to pretend to be a psychic, but he paid for it severely. He appeared on TV with a psychological portrait of the maniac Bloody John, and the maniac killed his wife and daughter for it. 5 years later, Patrick is working in cooperation with the Bureau of Investigation for Serious Homicide. He thinks rationally and no longer talks about clairvoyance. One by one, bloody cases are solved, but the protagonist lives only with a thirst for revenge against Bloody John. 7 seasons of one of the most notable detective series of the 2000s. Murder for Bridalson. Danes, Swedes, and Norwegians worked together to make the series, which was later remade by Americans for cable television, but we recommend watching the Scandinavian original. Sarah Lund works as a detective in Copenhagen, but is about to move to Sweden with her fiancé. She is delayed by the case of a murdered girl. Things get more complicated as politics interferes with the police investigation, and a candidate for mayor is named as a suspect. 3 seasons, the first of which is considered the strongest, each of which investigates a tangled and bloody case. You shouldn't expect any quick fixes, as the season is a complete story, not a set of cases that are solved in one episode. Mr. Mercedes. Stephen King's film adaptation, there is room for the imagination of the directors. The theft of a Mercedes, a brutal hit and run, the death of 16 people. And now, after retirement, the detective who did not bring the case to an end has a chance to restore justice. Brendan Gleeson stars in the title role. Traditionally, there are more enthusiastic reviews of the first season than of the second and third. You. The series about a clever maniac, which has already been renewed for a 4th season. Getting to know a nice young man does not bode ill for you, but he can go from a nice courtship to an absolute obsession for the sake of getting into another person's life. Take a closer look at the guys you meet in the bookstore. Hannibal. It's not a detective in the foreground at all. The most sophisticated of cannibals, the most aristocratic of maniacs, embodied on the big screen by Anthony Hopkins, has found an even more stylish reading in the serial format from Mads Mikkelsen. It is not only elusive, but also indescribably aesthetic as a combination of violence and madness can be. The symphony of bloody elegance is not for everyone. Not only the audience went off the rails, but also the ABC channel, which closed the project after 3 seasons. As in The Silence of the Lambs and Red Dragon, Hannibal Lecter advises an FBI agent who lacks understanding of a maniac's instincts, despite all his experience and talent as an investigator. At the same time, the famous psychiatrist himself is completely subordinated to his instincts and impulses, but does not lose his lightness and elegance. Each episode of the series is named after a dish from French, Japanese, or Italian cuisine, to which Lecter gladly added his own culinary tweaks. This is the end of the list. If you want to continue, let's collect 20 likes and we will immediately release the next selection with incredible murder mystery series. Thank you for watching. Subscribe. See you next time.
According to Vanda Track, retail investors on the U.S. stock market invest an average of $1.5 billion daily. To understand the importance of this indicator, it is worth remembering that the average daily trade volume on the world's largest stock exchange NYSE is $3 billion. We will tell you what instruments the investors are buying now. And before we do, please subscribe to the channel and like this video. First place went to Tesla, TSLA, a leader in the design, development, manufacture and sale of electric vehicles and energy generation and storage systems. Retail investors invested about $9.75 billion in Tesla stock during the first quarter. Tesla has grown 108% since the beginning of the year and 934% over the past 5 years. Tesla is the stock most investors want in their portfolio, which is why they invested more in it than they did together in the next 9 positions on our list. Second place goes to the SPDR S&P 500 ETF Trust, SPY. This is a type of specific exchange-traded fund created and managed by State Street Global Advisors, Inc. The fund tracks the performance of the S&P 500 index, which consists of the 506 largest U.S. companies by capitalization. In other words, by investing in the securities of this ETF, you are investing in the 506 top U.S. companies. In all, more than $3.5 billion has been invested in the SPDR S&P 500 ETF Trust. Since the beginning of the year, the SPDR S&P 500 ETF Trust has grown 13.8%, and over the 5 years by 53%. By investing in SPY ETFs, retail investors will diversify their investments as much as possible and get a broad market return of 10 to 12% per annum. There is an opinion that investors who try to beat the market more than 90% of the time fail. In third place is retail giant Amazon, AMZN. The company, as a telestore and marketplace, offers the sale of goods and its own electronic devices, Amazon Web Services, Oz, cloud services and Prime Video streaming services. The investment in Amazon was more than $1.75 billion. Since the beginning of the year, Amazon has grown by 50%, but in 5 years, only 48%. In fourth place is the world's largest company by capitalization, Apple, AAPL, which designs, manufactures and sells smartphones, PCs, tablets, portable devices and accessories. Provides support services such as App Store, AppleCare, Apple Arcade, Apple Fitness Plus, Apple Music, Apple News Plus, Apple TV Plus, Apple Card, Apple Pay service and cloud services. Retail investors have invested about $1.7 billion in Apple stock. Apple has grown 41.5% since the beginning of the year, and 273% over 5 years. Apple is a must-have stock in your portfolio. Imagine in 20 years, Apple stock is up more than 61,000%. Fifth place goes to NVIDIA, NVDA, which is a leader in semiconductors. The company provides graphics, computing and networking solutions and manufactures graphics processors. NVIDIA retail investors have entrusted about $1.37 billion. NVIDIA has grown 194% since the beginning of the year and 518% over 5 years. The company has been the leader among growth stocks in the S&P 500 and Nasdaq indices since the beginning of 2023. Analysts argue that NVIDIA benefits from the development of artificial intelligence technology because its chips are directly used in the power of AI arrays. Sixth place went to Invesco QQQ ETF, QQQ, focused on the Nasdaq 100 index, which includes the 100 largest companies by capitalization from the technology, communications and consumer cyclical sectors, etc. The fund is managed by Invesco Capital Management LLC. By investing in this ETF, you diversify your investments in America's most capitalized market. Retail investors have invested more than $1.35 billion in the Invesco QQQ ETF. The Invesco QQQ ETF has grown 37% since the beginning of the year, and 102% over 5 years. Seventh place goes to search giant Alphabet parent company Google, Google. The company operates through segments of Google Services, Google Cloud, etc. More than $1.2 billion has been invested in Google. Since the beginning of the year, Google has grown 40% and 116% in 5 years. Among the top 10, Google has the best estimates of analysts regarding growth prospects, also due to the progress in integrating AI into its services. Eighth place belongs to another semiconductor leader, Advanced Micro Device, AMD. The company operates in 4 segments: database, client, games and embedded segments. AMD turned out to be quite attractive for retail investors, who invested about $950 million in the stock. In 2023, AMD stock is up 96%, and in 5 years as much as 755%. AMD, like NVIDIA, has great growth potential due to the frantic development of AI technology, which requires the use of semiconductors. The 9th position is held by Meta, the owner of the world's largest social network, Facebook. The company operates in 2 segments: family of apps, Facebook, Instagram, Messenger and WhatsApp, and Reality Labs, the metaverse Meta Universe. Meta, due to the small price at the beginning of the year, has attracted approximately $780 million from retail investors. Meta growth for 2023 was 127%, but for 5 years only 35%. Meta's shares dropped significantly in 2022, in particular due to the billion-dollar investment in Metaverse, which is not yet profitable. But in the long run, these expenses may pay off and significantly increase the company's capitalization. The technology giant Microsoft, MSFT, rounds out our list at number 10. The corporation develops, licenses and supports software, services and devices. It operates in 3 segments: productivity and business processes, the intelligent cloud, and personal computers. Buying Microsoft is always a good idea, and the proof is more than $760 million invested by retail investors. Since the beginning of 2023, Microsoft stock is up 40% and up 232% in 5 years. Microsoft has invested about $10 billion in OpenAI, the developer of ChatGPT, and is one of the growth leaders thanks to AI technology. It is worth noting that our top 10 includes the big 5 big tech companies: Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon and Nvidia. Their total capitalization reached $9 trillion in May 2023, which is about 25% of the value of the entire S&P 500 index. Also, all 8 stocks on our top 10 list were among the top 20 stocks from the S&P 500 index that delivered a 7% return, for a total S&P 500 index return of 7.5% for the first quarter of 2023. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to the channel. See you in the next videos. Second place goes to the SPDR S&P 500 ETF Trust, SPY. This is a type of specific exchange-traded fund created and managed by State Street Global Advisors, Inc. The fund tracks the performance of the S&P 500 index, which consists of the 506 largest U.S. companies by capitalization. In other words, by investing in the securities of this ETF, you are investing in the 506 top U.S. companies. In all, more than $3.5 billion has been invested in the SPDR S&P 500 ETF Trust. Since the beginning of the year, the SPDR S&P 500 ETF Trust has grown 13.8%, and over the 5 years by 53%. By investing in SPY ETFs, retail investors will diversify their investments as much as possible and get a broad market return of 10 to 12% per annum. There is an opinion that investors who try to beat the market more than 90% of the time fail.
The most dangerous spiders on the planet synthesize toxins that are deadly to humans. There are very few human victims of spiders, but encounters with them should be wary, as the toxins can seriously harm health. Here is a list of the most dangerous spiders in the world. Atrax robustus, Sydney leucopus spider, is the most venomous spider in the world. It is listed in the Guinness Book of Records. It is one of the few species of spiders that can kill a person with venom. The spider lives in Australia, mainly in the state of New South Wales. It is often found on the outskirts of Sydney. It is black or brown in color. Its length can reach 5 centimeters, and the largest individuals 10 centimeters. The spider's diet is based on large insects and other arachnids. Atrax robustus is dangerous to humans because it has a very strong venom, and this species weaves webs in residential buildings, which increases the chance of a meeting with the spider. The arthropod immediately attacks if it believes it is under threat. Identify the bite site by fong marks and severe burning sensation. The spider bites into the victim firmly and may bite several times, injecting more and more venom. After a bite, symptoms appear almost immediately, which progress and can lead to death. Salivation, muscle spasms, difficulty breathing, confusion and disorientation. Without immediate medical attention, a person can lose consciousness and die. Since the invention of the antidote in 1981, no deaths from Atrax robustus venom have been recorded. The Brazilian traveling spider is a dangerous spider from the runner family. It lives in the tropical part of South America. The main danger to humans is the neurotoxin PHTX3, which is synthesized by the arthropod. The poison spreads rapidly through the human body and makes it impossible to control muscle function. Without timely medical care, neurotoxins lead to cardiac arrest, paralysis, or suffocation. An effective antidote to the Brazilian spider venom has been developed, so the number of victims is approaching 0. The black widow is a species of poisonous spider. It is dangerous for humans. You can recognize the spider by the black color of its body. Females have a red hourglass-shaped spot on their abdomen. The spider is distributed in South and North America. Its size does not exceed 10 millimeters in females and 4 millimeters in males. The diet consists of small insects, millipedes, and other spiders. The spider got its name because after mating, the female often eats the male. The black widow is the first to show no aggression towards humans. It can bite only in a desperate situation. The spider's venom, which contains neurotoxins, spreads rapidly through the victim's lymphatic system. It leads to painful cramps, especially in the abdomen. With timely treatment, a spider bite does not pose a threat to humans. Karakurt is a venomous spider from the genus Black Widows. The name of the spider echoes the Turkic phrase, black insect. The Latin name of the spider Tretisum guttus accurately conveys its appearance. The arthropod has 13 spots on the upper abdomen. Karakurtas live in Central Asia, including the deserts of Kazakhstan, Southern Europe, and North Africa. The natural enemies of these spiders are hedgehogs and wasps. The doodlebug will not be the first to attack a large animal or person, but it will attack if disturbed. The arthropod's bite contains neurotoxins that take effect immediately. Signs of poisoning from Karakurta venom are as follows: sharp tension of the abdominal muscles, displacement of the eyeball, nausea, dizziness, increased heart rate, depression. The victim should be immediately taken to a hospital to receive a special serum. Livestock are more likely to be affected by Karakurta, with camels and horses being particularly vulnerable. The tarantula is a poisonous spider of the tarantula family. Individuals can be up to 28 centimeters in size. Its habitat covers the entire southern hemisphere, as well as part of the northern hemisphere. Tarantulas can live in both humid equatorial forests and arid regions. Despite their name, tarantulas' diet is not based on birds. Tarantulas are predators. They eat large insects, small freshwater and rodents, fish. A spider bite is extremely unpleasant, but it is not dangerous for a healthy adult. The tarantula's venom causes severe pain, fever, cramps, and fever. For allergy sufferers, children, and pets, the venom poses a serious danger, including death. Medical or veterinary care is mandatory in the event of a tarantula bite. The six-eyed sand spider is a venomous spider of the Sicarius family. It is common in South Africa and prefers desert or semi-desert areas. The spider has a rather large yellowish body. The venom is dangerous to humans due to its pronounced necrotic effect. It spreads rapidly through the body and affects tissues, causing them to die. In addition, the venom can destroy red blood cells, causing oxygen deprivation and death. However, only a few cases of death from a sand spider bite have been confirmed. Tarantulas are a genus of spiders from the wolf spider family. They are large, venomous spiders, on average 10 centimeters in size. Tarantulas live in steppes, deserts, and semi-deserts. The main time of activity and hunting is after sunset. The spider does not weave fishing nets, so a poisonous bite is the only way to hunt. Most often, tarantulas feed on large insects. A tarantula bite is not fatal for a healthy adult, but it causes swelling. If you are attacked by a tarantula, seek medical attention. This type of spider can be easily confused with more dangerous spiders. The tarantula dance was named after tarantulas. It was believed that only energetic dance moves could save a person from the severe consequences of an arthropod bite. The yellow-sided spiny spider is a venomous species of spider that poses some danger to humans. The species was discovered in 1789. Its habitat is wide from Central Europe to Central Asia. A large number of spiders are found in Germany. In Kazakhstan, there is a high chance to meet the spider in the Karaganda region. It is light in color and its body length is about 15 millimeters. Females can be aggressive towards humans, protecting their offspring even if they pass by the place with the cocoon. In other cases, the spider may bite only in self-defense. The bite causes discomfort, vomiting, dizziness, and muscle spasms. Symptoms can last up to 3 days. With timely medical care, there is no threat to life. The mouse spider, Missalina, is a venomous spider of the Actinopodidae family. It got its name because of the misconception that it is capable of digging deep burrows for itself. The mouse spider is common in Australia and Chile. Its size can reach 3 centimeters. Females and males differ greatly in color. Spider venom is dangerous to humans, but bites rarely lead to serious consequences. It is assumed that a spider bites a person without injecting venom. Research by Australian scientist Jeffrey C. Isbister has shown that 40 cases of human bites by a mouse spider have been identified in Australia. Of these, there was only one case of serious poisoning of a 1.5-year-old child. Local neurotoxic effects were observed in 6 cases, and minor effects in 5. There were no reported deaths. The brown recluse spider is a dangerous species of spider for humans. It lives in the southeastern United States. The body size is 1 to 2 centimeters, the color is brown and black. On the cephalothorax there is a characteristic pattern resembling a violin. The hermit spider has 6 eyes. Loxosceles reclusa is a nocturnal hunter that goes hunting at sunset. Its prey are insects and other spiders. The hermit spider is not aggressive towards humans, but can bite in self-defense. Spider venom in large doses causes tissue necrosis and leads to the formation of necrotic ulcers. In most cases, the spider injects small doses of venom that provoke unpleasant symptoms such as nausea and fever. The most dangerous spiders on the planet have strong venom. Humans are not of interest to them as a food source, so they are rarely attacked. However, the bites of these arthropods, which occur mainly in self-defense, can be painful. Without special medical care, in some cases, a person can die. Write which spider you liked. Like and subscribe. See you in the next videos.